is Kincade Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
We are getting closer and closer to the start of the regular season. I believe the number is 50. Is that correct, Johnny?
It is 50 days till the Eagles opener.
Well, first we have to get through training camp, which is less than a week away. So we start talking storylines and a whole lot more because we are getting closer to the Eagles season. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas.
This year, the 2024 Phillies rotation has pitched better than the 2011 Four Aces rotation.
And it's been a bunch of years since the team has had 3 pitchers with 10 wins before the All-Star break. This is historic.
Kincade Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
I can't tell if you're jumping in your chair because we can't go to the bathroom or you're just excited about this Thursday show.
I'm just excited about life in general,
That's
Johnny.
good. You've been talking about it all morning. You
Dude,
got me
I'm on one today, so look out. Like, there's, I don't know if it's the coffee. I don't know if it's looking forward to being able to look forward to some things, but I am on one today.
What do you mean you don't know why? It's a Wendy's Thursday.
Well,
that is also
that's
good.
the biggest thing.
Yeah, it's good.
And then I got plans on the weekend. I saw one of my best friends yesterday who doesn't live in town anymore, and
That's awesome.
Here I am. A little hungover today, but I got more energy than normal. It's a beautiful Thursday morning, and I'm here.
I'd say that's a great day.
It is an absolute
We're off to a great
day.
start, which is awesome.
All right, so we are less than a week away from training camp. We're very close to it, actually. It starts next week. I can't wait to talk to Andrew DeCecco today at 8:10. We'll speak with Kevin Nagandi at 9. Today's going to be a big football show, and I know there's people that go, oh, well, you guys always talk Eagles. No, we mix in Eagles angles, but today's going to be a big football show.
I'm ready.
And I'm excited for it because, let's face it, last year freaking sucked. Even when they were 10-1, it was not necessarily the most joyous 10-1 start, which is crazy to say. And then everything transpired. They collapsed. And all kinds of questions. Should this guy be fired? Should this guy stay? Is Jalen Hurts the guy moving forward? Blah, blah, blah. We had so many negative conversations. We get to turn the page soon, Johnny, and I can't wait for that.
The worst season to me, as a fan, is the season after a championship or the season after losing a championship.
Okay.
Because there's only one outcome that in any way you could say, man, I had a lot of fun. It was a great year. I'm excited.
Right.
The year after a championship, you're just like, we got to go win another one.
Right.
The year after losing a championship, well, got to get it fixed this year. This has got to be the year we fix it.
Absolutely. And all the statistics that don't tell you that's going to happen,
way, right?
Like, how many times have you heard the team that loses the Super Bowl that sometimes doesn't even make the playoffs? And so last year was stressful. It sucked, and I'm looking forward to a new chapter, a new season for the Philadelphia
Are you talking about a cleanse?
Eagles.
It's like a mental cleanse?
And we've talked about this. I remember we did a topic months ago about whether or not last year will carry into this season for you. And I think we all said no. We had a lot of callers, a lot of texters that said there will be a carryover factor. I think today's show is basically like the Friday leading up to a game where you're stressing all week long, and then you get to the Friday before the Sunday game, and you talk yourself into the Eagles winning 65-0. That's kind of how I feel today, man. Like, I feel great about the season upcoming. There's going to be so many storylines to follow, and we'll get into that today. But one of the things that I'm celebrating the most, I read an article from Tim McManus, and we brought it up with Shefty yesterday, if you remember, about how training camp for Philadelphia will be a little bit more, quote-unquote, old school. And I freaking love that,
So
man.
do I. I've been calling for it. I don't believe you get better by doing less preparation.
By basically having a summer camp.
Yeah, I don't think you do better by saying, we're going to play the most physical game you could play.
Right.
And we're not going to be physical. We're not going to be anything physical. Now, look. Camp's not going to be physical still.
No, it's not going to be Oklahoma drills.
But it's going to be much more reflective of try to prepare them for the upcoming season. And one of the reasons being is Vic Fangio wouldn't have it any other way. And also Kellen Moore dug up a nice little piece. No, we talk about this today a little bit. Kellen Moore likes a more intense training camp.
Well, especially
he
if his
does not
offense
like country club training
If his
camp.
offense is so I don't know how many times we heard 95% new offense.
Right.
There's a lot to learn and growing pains. He probably has a lot built into his offense that he would probably want his team to be more prepared come week one.
Absolutely. Isn't that shocking? I got to look.
Is that rocket science?
No, I said it the other day with Shefty. The NFLPA has done nothing the last 2 times they've ratified. They've done nothing in their collective bargaining, but their number one agenda, because they knew they were going to get the money. The money was going to work out. They're going to get a bigger share of the revenue.
Right.
Their biggest agenda items were practice less, more time off. Both times, that's what they fought for. So if you ever hear an NFL player say, we don't have guaranteed contracts like the other sports, it's because they choose not to fight for it.
Right.
If they fought for it, they could shut the NFL down and get it.
Right.
In some way, shape, or form. I have a feeling most people would get 1-year contracts.
Right. It'd be different because of the
team.
injuries. Yeah, absolutely.
2/3 of the team would probably be on a 1-year contract.
But it's amazing to me, John, like how many times, and this isn't just a talking point in Eagles land. The first 4 weeks of the season is the continuation of the preseason. That's not just Eagles land. That is all across the NFL. That's why the product looks horrible the first month of the season. And honestly, John, and I talked about this a lot last year, I thought the product as a whole was bad last season. I thought football was bad last year. Patrick Mahomes did not have a good season. He's the GOAT, right? Like, I think football came down a little bit last season in terms of the product. Ratings did. And obviously, ratings continue to go up, and they'll go up this year.
So I don't understand is that, and we've never talked about this on the air. I think we talked about it off the air. Why do you think when more people are watching than ever watched, why do you think do you think that your opinion that the product was bad is an outlier, or do you think it's real?
No, I think it's real. I watched too. It's just
no, but I mean, but more people were attracted to watch than ever before.
Okay, that does not mean that the product was good. Just because ratings are high, I don't think that correlates. It's football. Football's football. Gambling is a big thing now, right? Like,
I think that's a big part.
I think that's a big part of it.
I really do.
And I don't think I don't know how many shows on TV have the greatest ratings, but like it might be a bad show. It happens.
But is it a bad show because you think it is? Or is it a bad show? But if the people are watching it, they obviously think it's a good show.
Did you think?
They keep coming back for it.
I'll ask you, John. Did you think that the NFL product, your own eyes, forget ratings for a second,
right?
Ignore it for a second. Did you think the NFL product was great last year? The play on the field, from quarterback to coaching to defense. Do you think football was good last year?
Here's where I go. I think quarterback play was arguably as bad as I've ever seen.
It was bad.
I think quarterback play was. I don't think football was.
Okay.
I think quarterback play was. I think that we've hit a period. And the weird thing is, a year earlier, if you had said to me, quarterback play is terrible or whatever, I would have said, BS.
Yeah, you're crazy, right?
Yes. Last year, to me, quarterback play was terrible. I don't think football was terrible.
Okay. I'm not saying it was terrible. I watched it. I just thought it was a down product last year.
You thought it was the worst you've seen in a while. I think quarterback play is something that has gotten absolutely atrocious. And when I saw guys like some big names take step
Patrick
back.
Mahomes did not have a great year last year. Josh Allen did not have a great. These guys that we debate.
Wait a minute, Jalen Hurts didn't have a great year last year.
Who was a top 3 quarterback the year prior? He fell to 13th.
Right. Now, does that mean is there a correlation in your mind that defense got better last year?
Could be.
And I think that's part of what it was, and it's one of the reasons why that arrogant statement from Nick Sirianni, and I remember it from Jeff McClain, and I remember you guys in middays talking about is, well, we don't have to change a lot.
Yeah.
People got to react to us.
And people reacted.
They spent the whole offseason studying the Eagles, and they shut it the hell down.
It's funny. Mr. Competitive Advantage that doesn't want to give answers basically told the whole world that we're not going to change our offense, so study what we've done the last 2 years.
And they were shut down. They were literally stamped on. So to me, I think it was more of that, to me, we're so used to offense being elite. Last year, that quarterback play, to me, worst I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. But I'm like, I can't wait. Like, I'm normally a guy that poo-poos camp. I laugh like, oh, why?
Not today, you don't. We don't have water.
Oh, yeah, we don't have water. I make fun of the people that get fired up for the start of training camp because, all right, what do you really care about? They're in shorts. They don't practice anything. They don't do anything. Forgive me, the Eagles did that. Like, the Eagles did that to me. The Eagles did not practice anymore. The Eagles did 45-minute walkthroughs, and that was it. I'm being told now by reporters that Vic Fangio is pushing for a more intense training camp.
Yes.
I saw a clip from Nick Sirianni. Quote, we're probably on the low-end extreme of timeout on the field. There are teams on the high-end extreme. I think we need to come up some. He himself is realizing that they need to practice more this year.
And by the way,
I love that, man.
And two, I don't know if that was mandated by, I believe it was mandated by the hiring of Fangio and Moore.
Oh, I think
That
it
they
straight
both
up starts there, yes.
That they both came in and said, look, we need training camp. We need it. Last year, arrogantly,
Yeah.
they spent the least time on the field of any NFL team with two coordinators that were completely unproven. And to me, that's on Nick Sirianni. That is on Nick Sirianni, and that is a dereliction of duty. That doesn't mean that I'm out on Sirianni. That doesn't mean that I think he's a buffoon. What I do think is that now we've got, and I've said it before, we've got adults in the room that maybe say, Nick, best practices, we got to practice more.
Right.
We got to be out there in the field. We got to do stuff. And it's not like they're out there. It's not two-a-days back in the day.
Right.
They're not hitting.
I love this paragraph from Tim McManus's article. Fangio said he isn't suggesting the Eagles go back to full pad two-a-days, but it's clear his preferences don't fully align with the more modern-day approach.
It's the absolutely.
I love that, man.
And what did the Eagles do poorly?
Tackled.
Tackling was terribly
Anything
poor.
physical?
Yes. So to me, that tells me even though your training camp is not going to be quote unquote ultra physical,
Right.
which it's not, you're still, to me, I wish training camp in my mind. If I was running an organization, I would have the oddest training camp in that I would say could my team get 2 or 3 teams to come in every year to do those
The joint practices?
I think that would be far more effective.
Well, they say that the joint practice is more important than the games at this point, the preseason games.
I honestly would rather see 2 preseason games, see more joint practices,
And I think it's trending that way.
and teams doing that. And to me, I think that prepares you better for a season.
Right.
That's what I would be excited to see. But I also, too, I'm going to give Nick Sirianni a little credit because he seems like he's bought in, or at least he's presenting it as he's bought into the okay, we've made some mistakes in the past. We've done some things that maybe didn't work well. We're going to change them up, and we're going to try something different. I always admire that because I think it takes a little swallowing of your pride to say,
Absolutely.
okay, my plan maybe wasn't the greatest, and now I can make a change.
How many times have you seen a coach, and I always use Chip Kelly as the perfect example. This is my scheme. This is what I believe in. This is what we'll do. Despite the league figuring you out, despite your defensive coordinator basically begging for your offense to slow down because your
Correct.
defense is cooked, for your players speaking out publicly that they are tired, right? Like there were defensive players that were speaking out publicly that they couldn't keep up with the opposing team's offense because they barely had any time to actually breathe. Chip Kelly kept on doing it. He didn't change, whereas Nick Sirianni, to your point, John, has changed multiple times, gave up play calling duties, is changing his practice habits. Then again, it seems like he's always wrong and has to change in order to keep his job, but at least he's changing.
I'd argue with Chip Kelly that what his philosophy was, my offense works. And by the way, his offense tended to work. But in college, when he lined up at Oregon with that offense, 9 out of the 12 games he played every year, his team was supremely more talented than the opposition.
Yeah.
So they could put the football out there and they were going to win. It was a matter of do you win by 10, do you win by 20, do you win by 30? And he didn't give a damn. He just wanted the wins.
Right.
In the NFL, you can't do that.
Can't do that in the NFL. And
I mean, a 5-12 team in the NFL and a 12-5 team in the NFL, and people will argue with it, they're not that far apart.
Oh, absolutely
As far
not.
as they're not far apart in the first 30 players.
right.
It's the next
It's
20.
the rest of the roster.
It's the depth.
And
So
he
when
ran
injuries
his
kick in-
roster into
He ran
the
him into the ground. He
and
did.
that's why he
did.
never adapted, and that's why he's not in the NFL anymore, and that's why he's not even a head coach in college football anymore. So here's what I want to do today. Because we're getting closer to the start of training camp, which means every single reporter in this city will be tweeting the 7-on-7 drills and
Jalen Hurts' incompletions.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts was 11 of 16 today.
There's going to be interviews of player number 1 on the roster to player 69 because of this 69-man roster. It's not just
Yep.
53. There's practice squad as well. We'll see cut-down days. You know the deal with camp. I want to ask you guys this. You, John, you, Connor, and the audience at 610-632-0975. What will be one of, and we'll get into many, what's going to be one of the biggest storylines that you're going to be focusing on during training camp this year?
absolutely to me. The only way this team goes to the Super Bowl is if this offense is a freaking Ferrari.
Yeah.
A souped-up Audi. And I am going to just see how the learning curve appears to be happening.
Okay.
What the players are saying, what the people who do get some eyeballs on it are saying. I want to know because, look, I'm expecting a bumpy ride with the defense.
Yes.
I'm not expecting the defense to be a Picasso.
Right.
I'm expecting that we're going to have some choppiness there.
Even though Andrew Zucheka, who'll join us in 2 hours, told us to be patient with the offense, but
I'm not
but don't be patient with the defense.
I'm tired of that DeCecco. We're not having. We may have it out again today. It is to me. I want to see that offense just humming.
Okay,
that's what I want. That people they're picking it up. And that Jalen Hurts is bought in. I want to hear it in his voice. I want to hear it in his messaging. I'll be fine with that. And then I will say, I'll go to the BetParks app and I'll go over 11.5 wins.
Yeah.
And make it 12.
And hey, look, we're going to get some press conferences next week. They already sent out the schedule, so we'll hear from Jalen Hurts soon. Connor, what's one of the storylines of many that you'll be focusing on a lot during camp?
It's a single position. Who is playing that outside corner spot opposite Darius Slay? That's the number one thing I'm interested in.
Big story.
Yep.
That's a big story.
Is it Quinyon Mitchell? And if so, how does the kid look like coming out of Toledo? The competition jump for him is going to be insane. I don't think it was a bad selection. No one could have that type of reaction at this point before his first training camp. But if he's great, then that's a big step. If he's not getting first-team reps, if he's not going to be that guy on the outside, who is it? Is it Bradbury? Is it Keely Ringo? Like, it's going to be either a potential major asset to have a young player there that you trust, or they could have no idea who's covering. Listen, we went through the top 10 wide receivers list yesterday. That
There's great wide receivers.
There are amazing wide receivers.
Like the honorable mentions, the next 10, like Cooper Kupp wasn't even in the top 10.
Right. If you asked Andrew to make a list for the show and said top 10 wide receivers in football, he'd come in with 22.
I would.
Right.
He'd have 12 honorable mentions.
Well, I can't help myself.
I know you
Dude,
can't.
the wide receiver
You can't
play,
follow directions.
Wide receiver play is at an all-time high in the
It's
NFL,
unbelievable.
man.
Yeah,
it's
and
it's
you
wild.
need two corners. And the Eagles right now have one. So we'll see if they find another one in camp.
I can't wait for those buzzwords, the buzz terms, like, oh, Quinyon Mitchell, he's popping off. Quinyon Mitchell stands out from the rest. There's a reason why he was drafted first round.
I absolutely
thought of so highly.
Connor, I love your answer. I love that answer because it is something that, again, as much as I say the offense has got to carry them, if they have any chance to go to Super Bowl, the offense has to carry them. If Quinyon Mitchell ends up being a plug-and-play player, I think this team's ceiling goes, again,
Yeah.
the ceiling
Higher.
goes way up. Way up.
See, as the self-proclaimed football guy that I am.
Oh, yes, you are.
Of course, I got to go.
I thought you were a baseball guy.
I'm all. Whatever we're talking about,
Okay,
I'm that guy.
Okay.
I'll go deeper. I'm going to go into the offensive line. I'm going trenches, baby. Of
course you are.
Really?
Stoutland you. Well, there's a reason why. A, it's the new regime at center. Jason Kelsey's gone.
It is.
How does Cam Jurgens look sliding over? And look, Cam Jurgens probably, I would imagine, bulked up this offseason, probably got a little bit stronger because he's now entering year 3 of his NFL career. We don't know who the right guard is. Everyone keeps on saying Steen from the Eagles camp, and then every single reporter is saying that Becton is going to give him a run for his money.
Becton could end up being one of the steals of the offseason that we haven't talked much about.
Like, honestly, man, I kind of want him to start at this point. We need to go through camp first.
Now that's
but
a little.
Everyone from the Eagles camp, and I don't blame them because he was a third-round draft pick, is pushing Steen. Every reporter is saying that Becton is going to legitimately compete for that right guard spot. Then there's the questions of Lane Johnson. How much more does he have left in the tank? Jordan Mailata, I don't think he had that great of a year last year. I think you agree. There are numbers that tell you he had a great season. We read it on ESPN.
Yeah.
Numbers can make you can use numbers to your benefit any day. I would like to see Jordan Mailata have a better season this year. So I'm going to look at the offensive line because that's where it starts. And the Eagles tell you that because they build through the trenches. I'm a football guy. Like I get
you are that
I get it.
football
Sometimes
guy.
guys don't get to my point, but that's going to be some of the storylines that I pay attention to the most. The new era at center. Who is right guard? Is Jordan Mailata better than he was last year? Does Lane Johnson still have something left in the tank? Well, obviously he has left in the tank, but how much does he have left?
Connor and I always say that about you. That we we're glad to work with a football guy.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
You must be talking to a different Connor.
that they gave us for this show.
Somebody's got to do it during football
seriously,
season. I'm here
guy.
for you.
Glad
So
to
we
have
would
you.
love to hear from you. You could text in, you could call in 610-632-0975. What are some of the biggest storylines that you will be focusing on during training camp? We just gave 3. Coming up next,
That's just 3.
That's 3 of probably 150. So we'll give more coming up next, but I'd also love to hear from you. What will you be focusing on most? We are less than a week away from a training camp that actually matters. And why does it actually matter? The Eagles are telling you that it actually matters because they're not just going to have summer camp. All right, they're actually going to practice, and that should be celebrated because Andy Reid still does that, for crying out loud, and that team is a freaking dynasty.
And by the way, the last dynasty, other one. Bill
Yeah,
Belichick.
they still did it too.
Bill Belichick did too.
Oh, let's do this new modern, everybody just have fun. Let's bring the Rita's water
Analytics.
ice out. Those teams that still do the hard camps are the ones that are winning. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Updates.
It is 6:29 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Wendy's Thursday morning. You know what that means. Breakfast burritos for us, but also breakfast burritos for you. Or whatever you want from Wendy's, because today, every hour, we give away a $50 Wendy's gift card. So 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards going out the door today at some point each hour. I will tell you when to call the contest line. I love being able to give out the Wendy's gift cards
That's
on,
pretty
on
good
a Thursday
deal, yeah.
morning. $50, dude. That's huge,
good.
dude. $50 goes a long way.
Ricky
at
Bo
Wendy's.
told us that it was, for him, it was 6 visits.
Really?
I think he said 6 visits.
Look, man, that's great.
So he was like, that's 6 drive-throughs.
6 visits
him.
for himself.
But that's for himself.
Or you could treat your friends.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
Ricky's
no,
treating
he's
his
not
friends.
treating his friends.
I think Ricky keep the gift card in
Oh, man.
and then say, we're splitting it 4 ways.
See, the second I got one of those PJ Willihan's gift cards, it
Oh,
was,
my
all right, let's
gosh.
bring all the people out, man.
There you
what I
go.
did.
That's
Yeah.
what I do. Ah, Rick,
Hey,
supposed to
boys,
do.
swing night.
keeping that $50 to himself.
Terrible.
Interesting. You think you know?
Well,
a
Ricky
guy.
never took one of them, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure
He
he
still
didn't.
has his pension.
Yeah.
So he's got
yeah,
that
it must be
going on.
nice. All right, so we're less than a week away. I just heard the stager right after we went to break. 5 days from the start of training camp.
50 days to the opener.
Unbelievable. 50 days to the start of the season. This summer has flown by. Now, part of it is because you and I are on a new adventure doing the show number
makes it
89
easier.
today.
Yeah.
Absolutely has flown by. Can't believe we're 50 days away. Can't believe we're 5 days away from training camp. And I'm excited for training camp. Usually I mock training camp, but that's because the Eagles have made a mockery of training camp. They don't practice. They're going to this year, thanks to Vic Fangio. The title literally says on McManus's article, Eagles doubling down on practice time thanks to Vic Fangio. And I love that. I love that there's going to be a old school approach, whatever that is, like physicality for football. Wow, what a
I don't
concept.
think they're letting. I don't think they're letting someone from Cornell
Right.
come in with their slide rule and bifocals and tell you what you're going to do at practice.
I'm honestly curious.
I think Vic Fangio knows.
Like, and I tried getting into this with Schefter. Maybe I'll ask this question to DeCecco later on today. But let's talk about it first. What is the actual benefit of not having more physical practice? And look, forget the fact that you are probably correct, John, in terms of injuries going up since this new age
No,
of
it is.
camp.
As I said it to Adam yesterday, injuries have gone up.
Yeah.
In every period. If you go 3 years, if you go 5 years, if you go since they've started to practice less.
Right.
The NFLPA did that to themselves.
They did.
They said, we don't need it, we don't want it. They literally went in and said, we don't want to work as hard.
And remember, there was the clip from Brady last year where he said quarterback plays down because guys are just throwing their receivers into danger. Brady was a part of the reason why the new practice schedule started. He was a part of, arguing for the new agreement. So let's talk about this for a second. What is the legit argument that you can make that having a lesser physical practice is good during camp?
Both of you guys looking at me.
I have a feeling that I have a feeling you're the one who'll try to make it.
Absolutely, I will. There is something to be said for, I know what you're saying about injuries going up, John, but let's just look at the Eagles. Have the Eagles not been more healthy than we've seen them over the past couple years? Like under Nick Sirianni, haven't we seen a healthier football team?
I think that injuries in football don't tend to be a lot, even though there's more soft tissue injuries than there've ever been. The Eagles, I do not think that has anything to do with Nick Sirianni.
Because I will say this, have the Chiefs been this injured team come playoff time?
No, not
And
really.
they do the hardest camp.
They do
do
the
the hardest
escape.
camp.
I got
They
you.
go to the D3 college with no AC.
I understand.
And practice.
There's multiple ways to get there. Like, here's the thing that I would
Yeah,
contend.
but wouldn't you do it the way that's worked?
Best
The way that's
practices.
the way that's a dynasty?
No. Those are two separate things. Those are two separate
I'm sorry.
things.
I would like to try to do it the way that a dynasty does it.
Okay, that's fine, and that's your decision. But you guys called Nick Sirianni arrogant for wanting to stick with something that works.
What do you mean it works?
How does it
They
work?
went to
Now
the
look,
Super Bowl with it.
They did 2 years
year
ago.
The problem is, though, did they go to the Super Bowl because they had less injury that year, or did they go to the Super Bowl because they were a freaking machine?
They were a machine.
Well, they also had all starters in the Super Bowl healthy, so it could be both. All I'm saying is, like, they had something that worked. It did not work last year, but they immediately made the change 1 year out of it not working. I can't fault them.
What year did the Eagles win a Super Bowl?
2017,
Their
2018.
most injured season in the last 10 years.
Right. Okay.
The year they won a Super Bowl
So
was the year they
so
were
you're
missing.
saying they should get injured to win the Super
No,
Bowl?
saying there's
I'm saying
there's
to
no
you is
there's no correlation.
because
Yeah.
they were missing the most starters.
So-
I believe, if I'm not mistaken,
And here's
they
why
were missing the most starters of any Super Bowl champion.
That may be
Exactly.
true.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm saying if there's no correlation and the Eagles wanted to stick with something that had worked for them as recently as 2022, like literally the previous season.
I got you.
I'm not going to call that arrogance. It may be a little bit of stagnant thinking from the coaching staff, but they had proof that it had worked the previous season. They had proof that this past year it did not work for them. They're making the change. I think they've handled this fairly.
But I find it interesting that a lot of it probably has to do with two new coordinators, right? Vic Fangio
Yes.
is the new defensive coordinator. Kellen Moore is the new offensive
It's
coordinator.
got to.
Answer this question for me. Did they not have two new coordinators last year?
They did.
So wouldn't it be
And what did they
good?
learn? And what did they learn? They learned that those guys were not prepared.
Right. Wouldn't it be good for preparation? Again, the question is make a legitimate case that not practicing as hard, not practicing as long, not just physicality. Like, they literally ran 45-minute practice. Everybody that covered the Eagles was like, oh, practice is done already. They barely did anything. That's probably not good when you have a new OC and a new DC.
And they joked about it.
They did.
They joked about it
Yeah.
like they mocked the fact that people would even question them.
And look,
Right.
and then they started 4-0, and everyone said, look, see, this is why
It
you
worked.
don't. It worked. And
Did it?
Even though it didn't look great at all, I think there's just no real benefit other than maybe coming out of camp healthy. That could be a legitimate thing, that coming out of camp healthy is a great benefit of taking it easy during training camp. But then week 1 happens, and you get dinged up.
Right, but I'd rather lose those guys in a competitive game than...
Yeah, see, I don't. I've had this argument with people before. I understand mentally a guy getting hurt week 1 versus a guy getting hurt in preseason game.
I
number
absolutely
1.
understand
I get it.
the mentality also.
You're still losing the guy in week 1.
Right, no, I got you.
Like, it's like, honestly, what's the biggest difference other than one game matters and one doesn't?
and
It's still early in the season. You lose them.
You protect them as long as you can.
And does it mean if someone got injured in week 1 of the NFL, does it mean they would have been injured if they had played No, it
Right.
does not.
Right. I know.
It doesn't. The big thing is, and it drives me nuts, is that the people who push the new age way of doing things, there's no science to back it up. None. There's none. There's none in the
There's probably
NBA.
some- there's probably-
none in the NFL.
John,
We're
there's
going to
probably-
fight this
there's
forever
a reason-
because you're just not correct.
There's a reason
I'm
why
sorry.
It is correct.
There's a reason why they started doing it. So there probably is science.
No, because
like, there probably
okay.
is.
The bottom line: more injured than ever before NFL players.
Now I'll also ask this: is it injured as in they're missing games or on
Yes,
injury report?
You're missing games.
Okay.
More, it is bigger. Now, people have argued with me before. Well,
Yeah.
players are bigger, stronger, tougher than they've ever
Well,
been.
I do believe that's accurate.
And that
Yeah.
they're bigger, stronger, tougher. So that's where the injuries
Faster.
are coming from. Well, soft tissue injuries aren't from guys
Yeah,
being.
but nobody had Tommy John surgery until Tommy John surgery was invented.
Well,
As they-
Tommy John,
Look,
he had to come along. I blame his parents. I blame his parents.
You get what I'm saying, though. Like, as stuff progresses, it's not just as simple as 1-to-1. As stuff progresses, there are going to be new things you could diagnose. There are going to be things that guys played through in the past that they don't play through anymore. Like, I imagine concussions allowed injuries to go way up when they started enforcing those checks. Like, they had
no question.
And that doesn't mean that players are more injured. It means that you're looking at it in a different way.
right, and I think that's accurate.
There's a lot that goes into it where I just don't think it's as simple as they practiced last year injured
Dude, I
more.
also think because of today's new NFL, like, they're okay with missing a week. Like, it's not the same as it used to
There's
be.
not the desperation, the old school
Right.
desperation.
Right.
Plus, 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls have been won by the team that practices the hardest. And I'm telling you, if I'm an owner of a team, I am looking my head coach across and going,
Right.
So you think you're smarter than Andy Reid? Explain it to me. You think you have a better plan than Andy Reid?
And this isn't just
Explain it
This
to me.
isn't a Sirianni. This is the NFL,
Like,
period.
I would say if I owned a team, that's exactly the conversation I'd have.
Well-
you need to sell me about why you think your plan is smarter than Andy Reid.
and before that, Bill Belichick.
There are
Right.
two schools of thought, right? Either you attack them at their own game or you try and counter what they're doing. And some people in the NFL are going to believe that if you try and counter, it gives you the best opportunity to compete.
But
So you're
what you do in
but
training
you're
camp doesn't
countering-
have anything to do with
Right, you're countering in July
No, I understand.
and
Like,
August.
I get what you're saying.
No,
I'm-
countering during a game is one thing.
Okay, but-
Countering practice strategy.
Let's not pretend like the NFL isn't insane, that all coaches aren't crazy and they aren't looking for every little
Right,
minute
they are.
They
advantage
do.
they can gain. So training camp doing it differently in a way that they believe gives them a competitive advantage is enough for them to say, hey, we're going to try and do less, so
You know-
maybe we're healthier.
You know what doesn't give you a competitive advantage? And I don't care what line of work you're in. And I think that I've done 3 different careers. The one thing I will tell you does not work for you is working less.
Right, but working
does not-
smarter does.
Yes, but not working less. Not doing less than your opponent. Not doing less than the people you compete with. I've never seen it work. I've never ever.
There was an employee that no longer works here at the station who I asked to do something to help out with a show one day, and his response was, I'm from the school of work smarter, not harder.
Are you freaking
And I
kidding me?
remember going, what?
Where'd that come from?
I was like, what? Dude, like, I'm just asking you to do something for me real quick.
Right, some people use that as a crutch. Some people use it as a distinct advantage.
You know
And
what some coaches use it for, though, Connor? To curry favor with veteran players when they're an unproven head coach.
Also possible.
And they say, let's bring in the veterans and tell us how you guys want to do things. And then what will the veterans do? They'll be more apt to like their head coach.
Well, last year they didn't, so maybe.
They didn't. No, we were told. The problem was not with Sirianni. The problem was with the other coaches because they did not turn on Sirianni. Not one player.
That's what
Right,
they
right,
say.
right.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we get your text reaction. I know there are answers coming in. What will be the storyline that you are following closest during training camp, which starts 5 days from now? Also, once an hour, a $50 Wendy's gift card. We've yet to give away the 6 o'clock hour Wendy's gift card. So that means first one's going to be given up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Birds Insider Report.
Tunis 97.5 The Fanatic. What is the biggest storyline that you will be following during training camp as we are 5 days away from the start of camp, 50 days away from the start of the regular season when the Eagles take on the Packers in Brazil on that Friday night. Can't wait for it. By the way, real quick.
Thanks, Jeffrey Lurie.
Whatever. I don't care anymore. Joel Embiid was asked about his time playing with Team USA, and this is such an Embiid answer, and it makes me love the guy even more. But I wonder if you could take something away from this in a positive light. He was asked about playing for Team USA. His response, I'm having the time of my life. I don't have to do anything because I'm playing with stars. So I'm happy just chilling, just hanging out, and doing the little things, like setting screens, grabbing boards. First off, I love that. It's like, I'm playing with stars. Like, I don't have to do anything. I just have to be the big man down low. The other thing I do like, maybe he's learned how to play different ways of basketball. You now have Paul George and Tyrese Maxey. Even though the offense will still run through Joel Embiid has learned to do the little things too. This might be a good experience for JoJo, even though I know you don't want him playing in it.
I'm glad. I'm really glad for him.
Wait, you're not happy for the guy?
No.
He is happy, so you're not happy?
No, that's great. That's great. So he's going to take less time off when he could have test time off. And then he's going to take time off during the season that matters to me. Honestly, I don't give a flip.
He's barely playing. He's playing like 10 to 15 minutes.
This team can, but this
minutes.
is time he could normally have off. This is time he could normally be down.
I mean, half the Celtics roster is on this team, so they're getting tired too.
And you know what they do?
Yeah.
They consistently go to the finals or the conference finals.
Right.
I completely have a different
The Olympics.
opinion. And you know what they don't do?
The Olympics was 4 years ago.
And you know what they don't do? They don't have to take a bunch of time off, or we hold their breaths every single night, whether the Celtics are going to be healthy or not. It's just look. You can be happy. Be happy for Joel. Be happy.
I'm happy for him.
No, be happy. I just look. It doesn't mean anything to me. They could win the gold medal with or without him, and I don't. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but I think he wants a gold medal. I'd like him to have one.
I'm happy for the guy.
Good.
I'm happy for the guy.
At the end of his career, if the Sixers do nothing,
it won't be. It won't be because of the Olympics.
You'd be like, well, man, at least we got to see Joel win.
With the Olympics.
No, you'd be like, at least we got to see Joel win that gold medal.
We
don't know. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. He gets hurt constantly. You don't know what's going to happen in the Olympics.
I mean, I like him as a person.
Yeah.
I would like him to have success.
Great.
And if he doesn't
great.
win a championship here, I'll be upset for the Sixers, but I'll be happy for him if he gets a gold medal.
That's fantastic. That's absolutely. You know what? I'll be happy. I'll be happy if the Sixers win something, and I'll be happy. I'll be happy if we have a healthy Joel Embiid. If it works out, then maybe this was the secret sauce.
Hey,
maybe this was.
That's why I'm saying, like,
maybe it was.
Instead of poo-pooing it right away.
No, maybe it was.
Maybe him learning how to play a different style of basketball when there might be nights where Paul George is the guy. We've already talked about Tyrese Maxey potentially taking the keys at some point. This could be a learning experience for him. So instead of poo-pooing it, this might be a good thing.
Stop saying that when we can't use the bathroom.
Well, yeah, dude,
Stop it.
Never mind.
Somebody not allowed to use the bathroom.
All right. What is the biggest storyline that you will be following during training camp? You can give a couple of answers. We each gave an answer, and we will continue. We are not done yet.
No, we have lists.
But what do we have on the text line? You can text the show. You can also call in 610-632-0975.
So we have a text here. This is a first-time texter. There's no name on this. It's a very interesting question, though.
Okay.
Does the average age of the Eagles team have anything to do with the strategy in training camp?
See, that's the thing. I don't really care.
And the
Eagles
are not old.
These are professional athletes.
No, they're not old this year, which is why they're potentially doing this.
I do not believe that at all.
Okay.
I think it's the new coordinators coming in and saying, "Look, we've had success, and this is how we do it." That's my belief, because Nick Sirianni threw two young coordinators, inexperienced coordinators, to the Wolves last year by not giving them enough time to teach, flat out. And you can tell me all you want till you're blue in the face. Well, they were in the classroom, so they were learning.
By the way, I was just checking, and I know it's his bottom half, but I found an article from Jimmy Kempski last year. The Eagles their average age was 26,
right?
Which was 21st, 21st in terms of going toward the highest age, average age.
Right. So 20 teams were older.
Yeah. No, younger. 20 teams
Younger.
were younger.
Oh, 20
Yeah.
teams were younger.
But, like, it's a difference of, like,
Yeah, I mean, 1 year.
the Eagles were 26, the Cardinals were 26, the Titans were 25.9, the Browns were 25.
Right.
Like, these are professional athletes.
And-
Let's get the age thing out of here.
And 1 year could swing you 12 positions in the poll.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And look, I get what he's saying. The text or he
I
or
do
she,
not
the
believe
no-name
that's
texter.
a part of it, though.
I don't think so. You can't. You shouldn't. Let me say that you shouldn't placate to what 6 or 7 guys on a 69-man roster.
Yeah,
You shouldn't. Like
listen.
Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, Brandon Graham. I'm trying to think of the older players that were on the team last year. Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, Brandon Graham, who wasn't going to play much. We knew he was not going to play much.
Darius Slay, James Bradbury.
No. I'm sorry. You just gave James Bradbury a huge contract leading up to last year. To what? Play less?
You gave him
To practice less?
Not to play less. To
practice
but
less?
to maybe say, hey, we've got aging defensive backs that we've paid. Maybe we take it a little easy on them in training camp because we know they know what they're doing, and we get them to the season healthy so that we get more return on our investment.
And it didn't work out for James Bradbury. I don't know if camp would have made a difference. I
don't
really
know
don't. I
either.
can't answer that question. But I don't think it's because of the age that they did a practice schedule, because it was similar practices 3 years ago when Sirianni first took over.
It's fair that you don't think that. I just don't think that's a crazy question to ask. I would understand if they had an older roster why you'd be more likely to take it easier on the team because
All right, and the
older
most
roster-
important player on the field is the quarterback, and he was 24.
Okay,
or
I got you.
However old he was last year.
I'm just saying, like, the older the roster, the more you want to be careful with those guys. Doesn't that stand to reason?
Andy doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in that stuff.
Okay.
Bill Belichick doesn't.
Here-
So
here-
the two greatest.
Can we
the
do
two
something real
greatest,
quick?
The two
What?
greatest coaches
With this Andy and Bill Belichick stuff.
They're the greatest coaches in the history of the NFL.
Wonderful. Who's Andy Reid's quarterback?
Patrick Mahomes and Tom
was
Brady.
Bill
was Bill
Belichick's
Belichick.
quarterback?
Tom Brady.
So, yeah,
I get
they're
it.
But wait a minute,
very
that
good.
doesn't. No. There are 10 other guys on the offensive side, 11 other guys on the defensive side,
And
plus the special teams that have to worry about their health.
It may benefit them
Their
having
health.
the two greatest quarterbacks
What,
in the
that
history
their
of
health?
football.
Obviously,
I'm
that
not
their
talking
health?
about health. It may benefit how good the team is and how good it makes them look as a head coach that you get to say, hey, Patrick, go make a play. Hey, Tom, go win us this game. So, yes,
Wait
they're
a
great
minute.
head coaches, but we do have to account for that.
Andy Reid was one of the greatest coaches in the NFL.
Yeah, even before Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, because he had the greatest quarterback
so
in
that's
Eagles history.
ridiculous.
No, and then also Alex Smith when he was in Kansas
Correct.
City. He had good seasons with Alex Smith.
Come on
so
now.
let's Andy Reid did great
he took-
things.
He went to the playoffs with guys that weren't Donovan
But assuming
McNabb,
these
too.
guys don't make a mistake, I mean, Bill Belichick, the second Tom Brady walked out, collapsed. And I don't
No,
know.
I
do
think
think
the
the quarterback has a lot to do with it.
I think the roster on his part. I think Bill Belichick,
Yeah, I think
the
that was the
GM,
biggest thing.
sucks.
Yeah, I think that's true. All right, coming up next, we get more of your reaction on today's topics. We'll give some more answers on the storylines that we will be following during training camp, which is 5 days away. Also, we're going to open up something interesting that John pitched to us yesterday. A great topic that works for all the teams in the city, or maybe I should be more specific about the rivals or teams that might be in your path. I'll explain more coming up next. Well, John will explain more coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. My bad, everybody. 6 o'clock, it's still early. No matter how much energy I have, sometimes you can still be forgetful. The second cup of coffee has not been finished.
Well, got to be careful today with no water in the building.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. You've mentioned it a couple times.
be careful. Be careful. Drinking water. I'm trying to sip my tea very quietly.
Well, if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, try to flush it down. That's the rule. All right, so our first of 4 Wendy's gift cards will go out the door right now. Johnny, let me guess. 7?
7.
Caller number 7 of the contest line, 215-263-0975. Will win our first of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards, 215-263-0975. Caller number 7 will get it. You got to check out Wendy's for a whole new way to nug. Try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today, open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Okay, coming up in about 10 minutes, John's going to tell you about this topic that he brought up yesterday. I think it's very interesting because it works for all sports. It works for the Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers.
Yes.
And there's a big name that could be on the move, not in baseball, that's been floated out there a lot. We talked to Shefty about him yesterday, that, of course, being Brandon Ayuk. We'll explain more coming up in about 8 minutes. But here's what we started off with. Training camp starts 5 days from now. Can't wait for it. Finally, the Eagles will actually go into training camp with a plan to actually practice, not just go out there for summer camp for 45 minutes, sing, campfire songs, and then go home.
Camp Sirianni, doing arts and crafts.
Yeah.
I think Sirianni jumped the shark when he did the arts and crafts.
That may have been the moment.
He had to make the toothpick.
That may have been the moment.
That was the bad.
Friendship bracelet.
Well, it was an analogy for building something special.
Yeah,
I understand
right,
how you guys didn't see that, but it was special to me.
Now we're building something better, okay? And that's what this training
that
camp is
slogan hasn't worked out before, so just be careful with that one.
So this training camp will finally be a legitimate camp. It's not going to be 2 days at Lehigh, but it's actually going to be a practice where there will be some physical play, and we'll actually be able to figure out whether or not some players belong on the starting lineup. Remember, Reed Blankenship was given the starting safety position last year on day 1 of camp where they actually didn't practice. That was ridiculous to me.
And I got to tell you, I remember you talking about that last summer.
It bothered the hell out of me. They didn't actually have a legitimate practice. And Reed Blankenship, undrafted free agent, who played for 5 minutes his rookie season because Chauncey Gardner-Johnson missed some time. He goes out there and all of a sudden is your starting safety without any competition? That was horrible to me. Vic Fangio will not allow that. I don't think anybody is a clear-cut starter on that defense right now other than CJ GJ, who we don't know where he might play.
I don't know what he's
safety.
Doing.
Darius Slay, we know, will be an outside corner. We know that Jalen Carter will probably be there every single snap, as well as Bryce Huff. But I don't know, is anybody else a given other than Josh Sweat? I'm trying to think of guys that are given starters on this team.
Well, Davis is a starter. Carter's a starter. Huff is a starter. Slay's a starter. So it's more than we think, but it's still. Last year was more of a transition year. And they just anointed people,
which was ridiculous to me.
Remember the green dot conversations?
Yeah, Nakobe Dean.
He's the green dot. He's got the green dot.
There was no debate about it,
and and I think it shows there's a problem. You have to have.
It looks like you're going to have healthy competition this offseason, which is great. So we talked about it early on. Our storylines that we'll be following closely. John said the Kellen Moore offense, is it moving good? Is it ready to go week 1? Connor talked about the second outside corner. Obviously, we know that Darius Slay will be one of the 2 corners. Who will be the other corner? The self-proclaimed football guy, went with the nitty-gritty offensive line competition. Not just right guard Becton versus Steen, but how is Cam Jurgens stepping into his new role as the starting center, replacing Jason Kelsey? Is Jordan Mailata looking better than he did last year? And, of course, Lane Johnson, how much does he have left in the tank? So these are some of the storylines that we'll be following closely. What do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show, call the show, 610-632-0975.
So we got to check in here from Jay in Westchester. Says, my idea is if we believe in Jalen to be a leader and we believe that Kellen Moore is really that guy, then we all need to go to our sportsbook and take Jalen to win MVP, because that's what I'm going to be watching for in training camp, how Jalen progresses in this offense under Kellen Moore, a competent OC.
I am going to put not every, but multiple when I get the free bet stuff.
Yeah.
on Jalen for MVP.
Okay.
I believe his season is going to be better. I got called on it by one of our listeners, and I cannot remember which one did, said to me, well, if you believe he's going to be better than 2022, then you got to be loading up on him being MVP. Because I do believe this will be his best statistical season. I'll even go further. By far.
Okay.
Yep.
By far.
We already looked
That's
at
a statement.
We looked at what first year. There's no ramp-up period. There's no ramp-up period with Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore takes a quarterback and explodes them.
Yeah.
They go up. So I'm betting on the up with Jalen Hurts.
Now, one of the other things I can't wait to see during camp, and now this is not a full camp story. This is basically day one when Jalen Hurts speaks. It's the Sirianni question.
Yeah.
You know that's the first question that's coming.
It won't be the first, but it'll happen.
Dude, if a reporter does not start with that at the press conference, why are we even doing the press
I
conference?
guarantee you that someone will ask that question.
Yeah,
Someone will.
The first question can't be, hey, Jalen, how you feeling?
Yeah, hey, how are you feeling,
Oh, it can't be
Jalen?
because haven't we said we
It
want them to
shouldn't
ask about the knee?
Okay. No, you get what I'm saying. How you feeling? Like, how's camp starting? And he's going to go, good, man.
Were you injured last year?
I want to hear that. There's a lot of questions I want to answer.
There's a lot of people speaking of it as fact that Jalen Hurts was injured last year.
That was part of the
over
ESPN
again.
article.
So, were you injured last year? And if you were, did you go over to Lourdes and get healed by the miracle water? Or did you actually have a procedure done? Because I believe that has to be announced.
I'm going to be calling my shot now. Someone's going to ask him, how's the knee? And he's going to go, fine. And that'll be all we get.
And then the second question will be, how's your relationship with Nick Sirianni?
Fine.
And well, no. That answer's. I guarantee you that answer will be more
He'll be
thought
coached
out
up.
because
Yes.
it's been coached up, and I can't wait to hear
And
it.
you know what, though? If it's coached up, I'm not going to rip Jalen Hurts if he's coached up for it.
No.
Because the idea is just don't be a jack.
I literally said,
when you answer a
lie to me.
question.
Lie to me. I don't
Right.
care.
Just have an answer that doesn't make you come off like a total jerk. Like, just don't do that. So I don't care if it's a that he comes up with an answer.
Right.
And I've heard Tyrone say it. Do you want him to lie to us?
Yes.
Yes. Because you know what we do? You do it. You're part of a team. You're part of a business. You're part of an organization. And if the CEO is a jackass, the CFO does not get interviewed by CNBC or Fox Business and say, "Yeah, what do you have to say about your new CEO?" I don't really know.
Yeah,
I don't know what he does each day. It's such a jerky thing to do.
Right. It's not
And
that
hopefully he
hard.
doesn't
like,
do it.
When people come up to me and ask what it's like to work with Andrew, and I want to say, man,
you
it's a
hate it.
nightmare. But every
Yeah.
time I'm like, he's a great dude.
Yeah,
it's
well,
not
good.
that hard to do that.
I coached you up well on that.
Yes, you did.
And you
Coach
guys had a
Stubble.
lot of meetings before the show started. I know you did. All right, you can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. Give us one more text, Connor, and then we're going to get to this other topic that John pitched yesterday that I love.
All right, Blaine from Kentucky checks in and says, I hate being the negative one ever, but I'm a little worried about everything that's been being said, this one about Joel Embiid in these USA games, right? Because we brought up the Olympics. I will say I haven't watched myself one game, but it doesn't sound like he's playing well. It doesn't sound like he looks right. I'm a little bit worried about what John is worried about, him not getting rest.
And they do say that he does not look multiple things. He doesn't look like he's in rhythm or
Game's
he's
totally different. The game's totally different. The FIBA game is totally different. I warned you this. The FIBA game's Patty Mills.
Bro, did you see the video of him yesterday playing against Serbia? He caught like a ball on the baseline, and I think it might have been Jokic like closing down on
he's
him.
getting hacked.
And he jumped into Jokic, and they just didn't even
it's
consider
a foul.
it.
It's a foul in the NBA. It is not a foul in FIBA. They swallow those whistles, man.
Oh, I love it.
It's a good thing.
I
No,
wish the
I
NBA.
love it. I know, me
wish
too.
that was the NBA.
Dude, that's why I love watching these games so much.
Because he could finish through contact.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to. The guys like Brunson and Trae Young, if they were not getting their whistle,
Right.
see ya.
Right, exactly.
Your impact's gone.
All right, John, I want you to explain the topic that you pitched to us yesterday that I'm very excited to discuss because this can come up with a million different answers.
And it really can. Look at every Philadelphia team. So this is the premise. We're talking about currently Philadelphia teams. The team you love the best. And then look at their number one opposition or one or two teams that are standing in their way of accomplishing what you want them to do.
And let's face it, Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, you can make a legitimate case that their accomplishment is trying to get to the finals
Correct.
of their respective sport.
Now it has to be a legitimate opportunity for a player to leave. Pete Alonso.
Mm-hmm.
Now look, people are saying, "Oh, it's the Mets. Don't worry about the Mets." BS, because the Mets have played the Phillies as good, if not better. They've won more in the current era against the Phillies. Pete Alonso may leave the Mets next week. They are reluctant to do so because of the fact that they're worried about, they want to get that wild card. We've seen the last wild card go to the World Series the last 2 years, so the Mets may not be drawn to it. But if Pete Alonso goes, I will be thrilled that a team that potentially could be a thorn in the side of the Phils is gone.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot wait for the day that we come in here and say that Dak Prescott, in the last year of his contract, walks away from the Dallas Cowboys. Because they can't, if they're I don't see where they're going to go, okay, well, we're going to franchise tag Dak and keep him around and pay him an exorbitant amount of money. It would be a crazy amount. I think that we're seeing the last of Dak Prescott in Dallas. I will celebrate that. I would celebrate Pete Alonso being gone because you've got games to navigate with the Mets that may determine you getting to the top seed.
Right.
Or if Alonso walks in the offseason, I'm fine with that too. I love seeing teams that are standing in the way of our Philly teams get a little worse. So it has to be a legitimate one. It can't be, well...
I can't wait for the Celtics to trade Jason Tatum.
Right. No, it's got to be something where there's...
It has to be legitimate.
Right.
But is there some move that you wouldn't mind seeing, a subtraction, that is legitimately on the table right now, in the mix, that you would say, hey, I can't wait to see that? Because it may sound like loser energy, but I can't wait for Dak Prescott to be out of Dallas.
And it's because
Dak owns the Eagles.
Right. And
He owns
that's the biggest thing. It's because he beats the Eagles. Even though they have not won a Super Bowl,
he beats the Eagles.
He beats the Eagles.
And when he plays the Eagles, even in a loss, his numbers are, you start him in fantasy against the Eagles.
Right.
He never, ever is going to throw up a 208-yard passing day for the most part. He is going to dominate. And so to me, I'm looking at these things. Dak Prescott's going in his last year in Dallas. I can't wait till he's gone.
Yeah.
Because I think that Dallas will then have to try to find a guy who can pass for 4,500 yards every year and just pencil it in. Find a guy who's going to throw 30 touchdowns, pencil it in. I don't think Dallas finds one that easily.
And I'll give you an answer, and we'll stick with football.
Good.
And it's not in the NFC East, and I kind of floated this out a couple minutes ago. Dude, I would love for the 49ers to lose Brandon Ayuk.
Now, what do you think happens to the 49ers when he's gone?
Look,
like, as far as their offense, when
they're
you see
still
it.
going to be a great offense because they have Christian McCaffrey.
Sure.
Right? They have George Kittle. They're still going to be they have Debo Samuel. They're still going to be a great offense, but they lose a weapon.
It's one less guy to cover.
Right, and a great weapon. Like Brandon Ayuk had a very good season last year, and if he's not on the same team of all those other players, we talk about the spreading the wealth here in Philadelphia. It's the exact same thing, right? So imagine for a second, we have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley. You can make a legitimate comparison to Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, George Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey.
Absolutely, and I think San Francisco's a little better.
Okay.
In that four.
And I do believe that
a little better.
I believe that Brandon Ayuk is the better wide receiver than Debo Samuel. Imagine losing A.J. Brown. You're still going to be good. You have Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley, but you now lost A.J. Brown. You now lost 1,200 yards receiving. You now lost 8 touchdown receptions. You lost Devontae Smith's now getting double covered. So Debo Samuel's now getting double covered if Brandon Ayuk goes.
It's going to affect you.
We talk about how Brock Purdy's life, yes, he makes all the right plays and his life is easy. Like let's face it. So is Jalen Hurts'. Like let's be honest. Like
they have a lot of talent to play with.
So I would love to see, and there's a legitimate chance that it happens because he has requested a trade.
See Brandon Ayuk gone.
That would be beautiful for me. And it's another demise of the San Francisco 49ers. And
I
would love that.
You think it definitely that distinctly like would affect the Eagles' chances to be a number 1 seed.
Well, yeah, because I think everyone's picking the 49ers to be the 1 seed right now.
Right, that seems to be
between Niners and Eagles.
Right.
Imagine the Niners team being worse because of it.
I'm all for it.
That's great for the Eagles.
I like how I hope you're speaking this into existence.
I mean, that'd be nice.
I have a couple. I can go football.
Okay.
I can go basketball.
Give us a football one because we've done, between the football ones. Here.
Very similar to the Ayuk thing and very similar to the Dak Prescott thing. There's a guy down in Dallas right now that is not very happy with his contract.
CD?
And I would love to see CeeDee Lamb not get paid. Now, they'd be complete idiots to
Yes.
not pay him, but
They got rid of Amari Cooper for a fifth-round pick.
but there's a chance Jerry Jones is a complete idiot. And you may see that become a weirder situation than it already is. And if you let CeeDee Lamb walk, oh, my goodness. That would be great.
Think of this. Okay, if I said to you this, CeeDee Lamb subtracted from the Cowboys, Dak Prescott subtracted from the Cowboys. What do you believe benefits the Eagles more?
Dak.
Dak, because it's,
being-
it's
right,
quarterback.
Quarterback
Yeah.
runs
But
so much more.
I like what you're saying there because it's really weird to me that and one of the reasons why I think the Eagles are going to win this division, and I think Andrew says comfortably. I'm not with you yet.
I'm comfortably.
I'm not
Yep.
with you yet on that one.
I think the win against the Cowboys in week, would be 17 because they play the second to last?
Yeah, that's it's dad-daughter day.
I think that wins them the division.
Okay, so that game, think of it this way. You've got the entire coaching staff on 1-year contract of Dallas. How's that make them all feel?
Not great.
Not great.
How about Dak on a last year contract? CeeDee Lamb on the last year of a contract. That thing has such a chance to explode and to just blow up and benefit the Eagles. I love that one. And I think CD has more of a chance to be a jackass about it than Dak does. If CD doesn't have a contract,
Yeah.
I think it could become a complete distraction.
I thought you were going to say another Cowboy
Who's that?
who loves Tyrese Maxey in the Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh, Micah
Oh,
Parsons.
whoa.
Micah Parsons. He's only got this year, then it's a club option after this season.
Right,
Yeah,
so
I
no,
just don't
that's a
see
1 year.
that as a
Dude,
realistic.
he's been very open on his podcast
Sure.
about not liking what the Cowboys do at times.
You know what he strikes me as? He strikes me as a guy who's going to do that his whole career and yet sign an extension with Dallas and just be there and complain and
Okay,
whatever.
but
So
I would,
you
I
do
would
think
love to
he's that
see
guy?
it.
Yeah.
I would love to see it. And I could make a legitimate case that he wouldn't go back to the Cowboys.
You can.
Okay, let me ask you this. Again, I'm going to do the same thing I did. We all agree that Dak would be the biggest walk away from the Cowboys, the Eagles benefit.
Yeah.
Would you rather have Micah Parsons walk away or CeeDee Lamb walk away?
Oh, Micah Parsons, easy.
Yeah, because
You think it all falls apart? You think that's a house of cards that falls apart without Parsons?
I know the Eagles have done well against Micah Parsons. Lane
They
Johnson.
have.
Lane Johnson's not going to
Johnson's-
be. He's not going to be here forever.
No, exactly.
All right. So you're going to have to bring in a new right tackle that might not be a first ballot Hall of Famer like Lane Johnson is to go up against Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I think you have a better chance of shutting down CeeDee Lamb for his career than you do Micah
I
Parsons.
also
Okay.
don't want my quarterback potentially getting hurt when
Exactly.
Micah Parsons comes off the edge.
See, that's another one. That's a great answer. Great answer there. I mean, you got to think of all these guys, though. And with club option, I consider this last year of his contract.
Yeah.
See, he's another one.
You know how that works.
Dak, CeeDee Lamb, I mean, Micah Parsons, the entire coaching staff. It's unheard of in football that you would have arguably your 3 biggest stars
Right.
and your entire coaching staff on a 1-year
On a
contract.
1-year deal. It's amazing.
And by the way, the odds that Mike McCarthy comes back without a division title and a couple playoff wins, he's probably done.
He's probably done. So we would love to hear from you. Give us some answers. You could text in, you could call in 610-632-0975.
And legit
legit
names.
names of players that could be in the way of the Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, Flyers path to accomplishing the biggest goal, which is winning a championship, even though the Flyers aren't there yet. They're rebuilding. A player that legitimately could be traded or could not re-sign with their team. Like you read everything that we read, right? You read the reports, you see the reports, you see the rumors. Who's a player that you would love to see out of the path toward a championship for the Phillies? I'll say Phillies, Eagles, and Sixers because the Flyers aren't there yet.
It's weird. Yeah, the Flyers, I think there's too many teams
Yeah, there's too much
that
going
stand
on.
in their way.
So
So you brought up a good thing, though. There's very few teams that were deeply concerned about standing in the way of all 3 of those teams you mentioned.
Right. And look, the Dodgers will be in the way of the Phillies. They're not going to get rid of Ohtani.
They're
right?
not getting rid of anybody.
No, it's these
Right.
teams that are still fighting for wild card spots,
Right.
or these teams that are fighting for your division, like the Eagles and Cowboys. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we continue the discussion. We get more of your reaction, and also I saw something interesting on Fox Sports. They did their 15 burning questions heading into the 2024 NFL season. There was one of them about the Eagles. So we'll discuss it coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Salciunas on this Wendy's Thursday morning. The Wendy's has arrived.
Uh-oh.
But right before we came back on air. So next break will be burrito break, which I can't wait for my breakfast burrito. I want you to enjoy a breakfast burrito or anything off the Wendy's menu. Let's get call number 3 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Call number 3 will win a $50 Wendy's gift card, our second of 4 that we are giving away today. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today, open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Call 3-215-263-0975. Okay, in a couple of minutes, Fox Sports, the entire NFL staff, put together their 15 burning questions of the 2024 season. The Eagles are in one of them, so we will get to that in a few minutes. But I know we have texts coming in about today's topics. We opened the show off talking about training camp, which is 5 days away. What is the biggest storyline that you will be following during camp? Andrew DeCecco, by the way, will be joining us at 8:10 to talk more about training camp, which is right around the corner. And also, John pitched a topic that I loved. It's the player that you hope or wish will get away from the path of the Eagles, Sixers, or Phillies and their chances of winning a championship, because Pete Alonso could legitimately be traded away by the Mets next week. Brandon Ayuk has requested a trade from the San Francisco 49ers. Dak Prescott could be a free agent after this season.
It's like it's amazing how
These are good players.
Yeah, no, it's their 3 best players
Yeah.
and their entire coaching staff.
Right,
Which
for the
is-
Cowboys, yeah.
which is hilarious.
And these are teams, the Mets, the Mets aren't in the way of you for winning the
No,
division, but they
right.
could be a wild card team if they continue to fight for it.
It's amazing that the amount of players, though, the good players that are in the Eagles' path that are still available.
Brandon Ayuk
Right.
with the number 1 seed
49ers.
San Francisco 49ers,
Right.
and Dak Prescott, your biggest rival, and not just rival in terms of history, rival in terms of winning the NFC East this year. So what do we have on the text line, Connor?
Yeah, we have a check in here. Another 49ers one. No name on this text, but they say Purdy's rookie contract is up soon. I'm excited to see how much or if they do have the ability to pay him.
Well, they will.
They'll figure it out. But
Yeah, they're not gonna have a problem
other
with that.
guys will have to maybe go.
Right.
Well, that's probably what the holdup is now, right? On whether they're locking down because they have to figure out how you're going to pay the quarterback.
Exactly.
How's it going to
Makes
be?
it a lot tougher.
And I think it's crazy that they're as the 49ers try to figure out how they're going to pay their. Do you consider their first receiver, second receiver?
I think
Okay.
Ayuk's the better wide receiver.
I think he's the better wide receiver.
Deebo
also.
Samuel's a playmaker.
Correct. That they now have to decide how to pay him. You look at that and you look at the math. And what did Howie Roseman do? He paid his top 2 wide
Right
receivers.
away, he got ahead of it, which is amazing. That's why that guy
But he
is,
didn't
is
have
so
to.
great. Yeah, he didn't have
to
to.
with either player. He didn't have to.
If you're the Niners, do you look at it like internally and say, yeah, Brock Purdy's okay, but if we can win with him, can we win with someone else?
Well, that's something I was about to ask you guys. Like,
They let Jimmy G walk.
does Brock
Exactly.
Purdy scream $250 million? Because he doesn't.
No,
tonight.
but a lot of the guys getting $250 million
I know.
these days don't.
I know
scream it.
Trevor Lawrence does not deserve the contract that he got, which made him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
But Trevor Lawrence, and I don't want to steal Connor's line, is what did you say? East Coast
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
East Coast Justin Herbert.
They're the same guy.
That's just a great thing. They're the same guy. You're buying on potential.
One's got a little more schnoz on him, but they're basically the same dude.
And Brock Purdy isn't
And
going to be.
ratty
I
hair.
imagine Brock Purdy's not Jalen Brunson taking like a $100 million pay cut, right? Like I imagine
No,
Brock
no.
Purdy's going to try to get his. So
By the way,
it'll be interesting.
Who was it? Was it you?
Yeah.
When you were out. When that story was fake, and I said, it looks like he's actually going to
I
consider
can't
taking
believe
that
he
pay
did it.
cut.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I said ban him from basketball.
Yes.
And Connor was like, they're not going to. He won't do that. They won't let him. I'm like, he's going to do it.
They let him do it, and
No, he's going to do it.
I'm sure there are players inside
Where's
the
Adam
NBA
Silver
that don't like
here?
it.
No, the
Yeah,
thing is,
seriously.
though, agents,
Come
no.
on.
A player doesn't want to go. A player says, it's better for my career if I take less and I have a
for him.
better
Good-
team around
good
me.
for his
That's
morals.
great. But if the
He's
Sixers
brilliant.
tried to do that, Adam Silver would lock the Wells
exactly.
Fargo
So
Center.
there's no way you're allowed to do this.
Padlocked.
All right, give us another text.
All right. Eddie from Camden checks in on the CD
What up,
Lamb
Eddie?
conversation. Says letting CD walk for the Cowboys instead of paying him would be like trading in your Benz instead of changing the oil. They still might do it.
They might still do it.
I still can't believe that moves they've made in the past because one thing is clear. Stephen Jones, their general manager, it's not Jerry, it's Stephen.
Right.
Stephen Jones is a much better drafter than Howie Roseman.
Okay.
and it's not close.
But is he great with making moves? I mean, Amari Cooper, they trade him away for a 5th-round pick, and that guy's still balling out.
Right? He still is.
He's balling out with Joe Flacco last year.
I was glad to see him gone, too.
Me too.
And so you look at what Howie Roseman does, and the thing is, he doesn't draft that well, and he still manages to dominate.
He figures out a way to make a roster.
Imagine if it ever comes all together.
Oh, well, then we get the dynasty.
No, you would have had the dynasty. We would already have had the dynasty.
You're right. We would have already had it. All right, so we'll keep on getting some more answers. You can text and you can call in 610-632-0975. The player you wish to see get out of the way of the path for the Eagles, Sixers, and Phillies. And also, what is the biggest storyline that you are following in training camp? Let me know if we have any texts on that, Connor. But I want to read this for you. So Fox Sports put together their 15 burning questions heading into the 2024 NFL season. And there is an Eagles-related question. And they do a write-up on it and everything. The question was, after Philadelphia finished 3rd worst in the NFL in points allowed last season, have the Eagles fixed their defense? So they get into Vic Fangio coming in over Sean Desai and Matt Patricia. They said, so yes, the Eagles' defense will be better, but fixed. That depends on where that bar is because it still might be a far cry from the unit that ranked number 2 in the league just 2 years ago. That's because the defense had one of the NFL's best pass rushes and secondaries. This one almost certainly does not.
The Eagles lost a Super Bowl with that great defense that they had. Mm-hmm. They lost a Super Bowl to a Kansas City defense that was like a mid-teens.
Right.
So I have no problem as long as the offense is prolific. Like, absolutely prolific.
Absolutely.
So to me, the only thing is I don't believe, I'm going to go as far as say, I don't believe this defense will be fixed. I think we're going to have Ajita. I think it's going to be a bumpy ride.
But is it going to be like last year, where last year we were sitting here saying you have to score 30 points in order to win?
I don't believe it's going to be that. But I believe we're going to see opposing offensive coordinators are going to be smart enough to say to us, oh, we see that's the weakness. We're going to attack it. I think Vic Fangio will have a much better idea of how to potentially cover that or fix that.
Right. They had no answers. The Seahawks game when they just drove on James Bradbury 90 yards, like
that's all they did.
That was Patricia at the time,
it
right?
was Patricia because he was the passing game.
Right.
He was in charge of the passing game.
He couldn't think of anything to help James Bradbury on a 90-yard drive by Drew Lock.
Damn it. I was just going to say, they're facing Drew Lock. Can you blame him?
I mean, it's ridiculous that even happened.
That dude can rap on the sidelines.
Exactly.
He's pretty talented.
Do you think the defense, you don't think it's fixed,
I don't think,
but you think it'll be better?
I do not think the defense is fixed. I think what you're going to do is if last year's defense, the 30th in the NFL, was a beaten-up Hyundai that has dents in the door and a fender that's all messed up and everything, I believe you took it to the body shop, you made it look better, and it will ride a little better. You got it an oil change. You changed some of the things with the suspension. I don't think it's going to all of a sudden be purring like a kitten.
Right.
No. I think we're going to have a bumpy ride with the defense. But I don't need the defense to be elite. I need the defense to be competent with this offense.
Now, the problem is it starts with the pass rush, and that's
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
We talked about
Unless
this
your
before.
corners are Darrell Reeves, you have two Darrell Reeveses.
I think this secondary, how about this? There's going to be a learning curve and there's going to be bumps in the road.
Absolutely.
I believe Vic Fangio will have this secondary playing to a far different level than we saw last year.
And if that's the case, then it will be better. And if you can hold your receivers longer, that means you give the pass rush more time. I'd just rather it be the opposite. I'd rather the pass rush not give the quarterback much time. Right.
Do you think that's biased because of how the Eagles have done it?
Yes.
Because they've always, in our lifetime, they've started with, or at least recently, let's look at the past 5 to 7 years, they've started defensive line and worked back.
Right.
And do you think that's why you want to see it that way? Do you think that blinds us from the chance that it could start the other way?
I mean, it could. I'm just trying to think of the teams that have been successful.
The Chiefs have been pretty successful.
Yeah, but they also have a great pass rush.
But
let's not act like they don't have an all-pro.
The Jets had a great defense last year. The secondary was much better than the pass rush.
Let me take you to your Eagles fandom when you guys both started to really pay attention to the Eagles as kids and growing up. The Eagles had 2 different tenures where the secondary was
Right.
The calling card,
that,
right.
That helped the pass rush.
Dawkins, Lito Shepard, Troy Vincent.
That helped the pass rush eat. We've seen it before in this town. We just haven't seen it recently. From what they've invested in it, I believe that it could do that this year. I'm feeling really – I'm not overconfident, and again, I'm the guy who's telling you I don't think the defense is fixed. But I'm believing that Vic Fangio is going to take the ingredients, and this is going to be a much different team this year.
Okay.
Defensively. And I think it will be more – I think there's more likely impact from the secondary than there is from the pass rush this year.
Just for context, last year,
right,
the teams with the most sacks.
Yes.
Right now, this does not necessarily mean that it's just because the pass rush is dominant.
No.
The secondary could help out a lot. Ravens were number 1, Chiefs were number 2, so they got to the quarterback.
That's the AFC title game.
Yeah,
by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
No, you could do this almost every year with sack numbers.
Dolphins, then Bills. Wow, you don't get to an NFC team until San Francisco.
What number is San Francisco? 6?
Ravens, Chiefs, Dolphins, Bills, Colts, Browns, Jets, Chargers,
Wait a minute.
Niners. Niners were 9th.
Niners were 9th?
How have we not talked about that?
Tied with the Jets and Chargers, so 7.
Okay, so they were tied for 7th.
Yeah.
Still.
That's wild to me that the top 5 was all AFC. But you can look at sack numbers every year. Sack number is a huge determinant of whether you get to the divisional playoff round.
Right, because here are your bottom teams. Dead last was the Panthers, Bears, Cardinals. I'm going up. Bears, Cardinals, Giants, Saints, Patriots, Commanders. Those teams did not even come close to making the playoffs.
I also have a thought process as to why the AFC teams had more. And it's because the quarterback play over there is better. So you got guys that trust to hold the ball longer.
Maybe, yeah.
Think they can make a play. Meanwhile, you got a bunch of guys in the NFC that are just like, I need to throw this away before I get killed, so you get less sacks out of it.
Could be true. All right, coming up next, we continue this discussion. We get more of your text reaction. You can text the show, call the show, 610-632-0975. I'll also let you know what is still to come because we got a lot in store for you on Kincade Salciunas on this Wendy's Thursday morning. John's already running out to go enjoy one. I got to tell you about Family Jewelers in a minute. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
this beautiful Wendy's Thursday morning. It could be horrible outside. I don't care. I'm eating my breakfast burrito, and it is freaking delicious as always.
The way you attack that, it's illegal in like 17 states.
Yeah, I still have like a little less than half left because this break was shorter. The 21 break is a little bit longer, which gives me a little extra time to enjoy the burrito. So now I'm basically going double break burrito here, which it's okay. I'm okay.
I think it's good.
I'm cool with doing that. Now I have something else to look forward to during the next break.
I have not
more
missed it.
more burrito.
I'm ready for that.
Listen, I love Wendy's as much as the next guy, unless the next guy is Andrew Salciunas. It's starting to make me almost uncomfortable what you do to that burrito.
Dude, I love it. I don't eat breakfast. You guys know this.
Right. You are not a
Except
breakfast
for
person.
Wendy's Thursday morning.
Right.
It's the only day. It's the only day. All right. We have 2 more $50 Wendy's gift cards to give away as the show continues. Also still to come, Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds and here at 97.5 The Fanatic will be joining us at 8:10 as we are 5 days away from the start of training camp. 50 days away. Thank you, Mr. Calendar Kincade over there.
Yeah, it's the calendar app. You should download it.
50 days away from the start of the regular season for the Eagles. 49 from what? It's Chiefs-Ravens, right?
We're 7 weeks away from the opening game of the NFL season.
Oh, my God. That's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
I can't wait. Also, Kevin Nagani is going to be joining us coming up at 9 o'clock. So still a lot to come on Kincade and Salciunas. Let's get a couple more text messages, Connor. I know you said we have one on the training camp storyline that you're going to be following. That's our first topic that we got into today. You can text the show, call the show, 610-632-0975. What is the biggest storyline that you will be following alongside training camp? After we get this text, let's give a couple of more of our own storylines that we'll be following.
Chris from Morrisville checks in and says, for me, it's got to be the linebacker position. Is Dean the guy they drafted him to be? Can Devin White have a bounce-back year? Who's out there in the nickel? There's a lot of stuff to go on that helps that position, but also Zach Bond has been getting hyped up. Does he live up to the hype?
Bond's been getting a lot of hype out of Fangio. He has been. And a couple of the guys that cover the team have spoken highly of him. I think that's a great storyline to be following, and I'll expand on it. And it kind of goes off of yours, too, Connor, finding out who the second corner is. I'm just looking forward to seeing defensive alignment. Like, who's where? Like, I'm guessing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's a safety, and I'm guessing Cooper DeJean is going to work in the slot.
I'm guessing that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm guessing.
We could flip that.
You could. I mean, when they signed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, they worded it as safety/nickel corner. I don't know. Maybe Cooper DeJean ends up going out to safety. Everybody keeps on saying that Reed Blankenship, it's his job to lose. He might not be good. I don't think he's that good. So what if it's not Cooper DeJean? What if it's James Bradbury? He did some stuff at safety during OTAs.
I told you the other day, I think that it's going to be I think that we're going to see a shocking turnaround from James Bradbury.
You did say that.
And I really do believe it.
But you don't necessarily know if it's at outside corner.
I don't know what he's going to do, but I think that there's going to be times this year where we say, damn glad we didn't get rid of Bradbury.
Right.
Because he tends to be an up-and-down type of player anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So
he got released from the Giants, A, because of contract, but B, because of play.
And the year before they released him, they never would have gotten rid of him.
Right.
So I'm counting on something like that potentially happening. But, I mean, it's going to be – they gotta show us.
Okay.
They got to show us. So
what's another storyline that you'd be looking for, John? You gave the Kellen Moore offense and how it's running, and I think we're all excited for that one.
Ball hawking.
That.
I want to see this. Do you realize last year, as far as taking away the ball through the air, there were only 6 teams worse than the Eagles?
Yeah. No, I realized it.
And to me, you were the only teams worse than the Eagles at ball hawking. Shockingly, the Chiefs were one of them. Chiefs had 8 interceptions. The Eagles had 9.
Well, and that could also be coached, where it's how many times have we ripped Trayvon Diggs with the Cowboys? Guys intercepts the football, also gives up a lot of touchdowns and air yards.
He's one of the worst at giving up yards.
It could be coached by Spags, right? Veteran defensive coordinator that's had a lot of success. Hey, just lock down your receiver. Don't try to make too much. Don't try to do a play that could end up leading to a touchdown for the other team.
They were in bottom 12. They were in the bottom 10 of interceptions. They were in the bottom 12 of fumble recoveries.
This is the Eagles?
The Eagles.
Yeah.
I want to hear that they're doing things that number switches. Because if that number switches by just, give me 6. It changes by 6. You have 3 more fumble recoveries, 3 more turnovers. That's the difference. That's what wins you games.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what takes you from, finishing second to Dallas and closing out a game. I really do think we're going to see some of that change this year.
And I hope so. I mean, look, you talk about that wins you games. I know Jalen Hurts deserves the majority of the credit for the Bills' comeback. We forget that James Bradbury had a huge interception in that game. In the second half, when the Bills, I think they were going downfield, and the Bills still had a touchdown lead, James Bradbury intercepted Josh Allen. And the Eagles were able to go down and
they
score
got
again.
down at the 12?
Yeah, they were in great field position. Turnovers matter still in the NFL. I mean, I know there are some cliche things, but winning the turnover battle is a legit thing to still try to do.
It's huge. I mean, it really is. It's absolutely huge when you think about it. Is that now, do you want me to, if I'll wet your whistle a few times here?
All right.
Interceptions. When Vic Fangio is your defensive coordinator, he has had seasons where his team has intercepted the opposition 31, 30, 30, 29, 29, 27, 26, 25, 23, 23. I'm going down. Now I've given you more than a decade.
Right.
20.
Yeah, it's a style of defense.
I mean, this is where I think the secondary can let the pass rush eat.
That'd be great.
And I think that a pass rush that we think's a little depleted.
Yep, absolutely. We continue the Eagles discussion coming up next. I told you it was a big Eagles day today. I woke up fired up. I'm still fired up. It's Wendy's Thursday, man.
So much fun.
I'm still ready to go. Andrew DeCecco will join us at 8:10. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05 and a whole lot more. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. What's up? What?
Safe trip to work.
Oh, dude, thank you. Safe trip to work. I hope you have a safe trip into work today.
It's a
Jeez.
beautiful day today.
Thank you for having my back there.
And it's going to be gorgeous today.
Dude.
And tomorrow's going to be even better, they say.
So, real quick, you said that Vic Fangio, at times in his career, has had his team intercept the ball 30 times.
Yes.
Upper 20s, blah, blah. That would be much better than what the Eagles did last year.
They did 9, right?
9 interceptions. That's
No, Vic
horrible.
Fangio's history. It's amazing. And it was, and not to gloss over it, the amount of, in his tenure, like people are like, I don't know much about this Vic Fangio. Is he proven? Has he had success? Yeah. 31. Okay, let's just count here for a second. 31 is his career high year as far as the defensive coordinator interceptions. 31, 30, 30, 29, 29. He has 5 seasons with 29 or more interceptions for his defense. Then 27, 26, 25, 23, 23. So he's got 10 seasons of 23 or more interceptions.
The Eagles had 9 last year.
I mean, it's freaking incredible. Okay, you want to go better than that? Then the next 5, 20, 20, 16, 15, 14. So average it out to 17. So he's got 15 of his seasons. They've averaged 17 interceptions.
That's great.
Or more. It's incredible. This is what you can do. Is that it's just where we think here, pass rush first. That tends to be it's pass rush first. This is where there can be other ways the team can eat.
You know what's amazing? I was curious. So the Eagles finished with 9 last year, as we know. The highest total amount of interceptions last year. 2 teams tied at the top, Niners and Bears. Do you want to guess how many interceptions they had?
22?
22 is correct. Doesn't that feel, doesn't that feel low?
Yes, it feels low to me. Especially when you hear 22 would be Vic Fangio's 11th best season of defense as a defensive coordinator.
Now, is this quarterbacks are smarter?
Yes, the offenses are smarter.
So I went back. I picked 2 different years to look at. I picked 2000, which, again, not as pass-happy as it is now, but 1 less game. Remember, 16-game seasons. The Miami Dolphins led the league with 28 interceptions that year. So the Eagles were with 9 last year, which was good for 25th. In 2000, the Cincinnati Bengals had 9 interceptions, which was second worst. There were so many more picks thrown in 2000.
Much more.
In 2010, 9 would have put you dead last where the New Orleans Saints were. The New England Patriots led the league with 25 interceptions, but multiple teams had at least 20. Whereas last year, only 2 teams had at least 20 interceptions, and it was those 2 teams with 22 picks.
Okay, that's
weird. Doesn't that seem low?
Yeah.
No,
There's a lot
that's
of variability
incredible.
to it, it seems.
But that doesn't make sense to me. Like, those numbers don't make sense to me.
The Ravens last year had 18 interceptions, tied with the Bills, Saints, Browns, Giants. They all had 18 team interceptions last year. 18 put them tied for second, right? 18 in 2000 would have put them 13th in the NFL. 18 in 2010 would have put them 11th in interceptions.
Do you know the last
Weird.
You know the last 5 years as a defensive coordinator. So we take this modern era where you say that it looks like interceptions are down.
Yeah.
Last 5 years, Vic Fangio's been a defensive coordinator. Do you know what his average teams, his defenses intercept?
Not sure. What is it?
23 times.
I'll take that.
That is the average.
That's the average.
That's the
That would be
average.
higher than what the Niners and Bears did last year leading
That is
the
the
league.
average over the last 5 years that he's been a DC. Now, people are going to freak out. His defense is going to give up yards.
Yes.
They're going to give up the
Because
yards.
it's kind of like the bend but don't break. Still,
Well, remember,
just a
it's
little
what
bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it's what they're going to try to do.
Yeah. All right.
So just look at it as that is something you can count on is about to change. It's about to change.
Thank God.
You're going to see.
Thank God. We absolutely
please.
need it.
Yes, we need more of
All
that.
right, we'll get more Eagles talk coming up in about 5 minutes when Andrew DeCecco joins us, but it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
What's good, boys?
What do we got?
We got a young kid playing professional sports. This is absolutely insane. Take a listen to what happened at Subaru Park last night as Gavin Sullivan, 14 years of age, 14 years and like 290 some days.
He's going to be a ninth grader.
All right, so fine. 15. Still crazy.
Still just nuts. He
crazy.
makes his professional debut for the first team for the Philadelphia Union. Here's what it sounded like.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker, now enters this arena. 14 years and 293 days old, breaking Freddie Adu's record for the youngest MLS debutant by 13 days.
Debutante. He's not going to a ball.
Technically, we did look up the term. That is for a young professional
We don't
making
need
a debut in a career.
Why do we need to have a game in Philadelphia and have it be broadcast as if it's like a game being played in Scotland or something? It's his debut.
It's soccer.
But we don't have to act like we're living in Europe.
Dude, golf does the same thing. They talk in
Debutante.
they use a different dialect in golf.
I will tell you that on our broadcast there was not debutante. I am going to tell you they didn't act like they were
Well, maybe they should add it.
It's jolly old England.
Maybe
But
they
in
should.
baseball,
That's
we
jolly-
have people
it's jolly
still
old
announcing
England here.
games like this.
We're live in Chester.
So
People say things weird. The
Anyways,
important part is the
it's a
14-year-old
wild
kid
story.
debuts.
Wild stories. 14 years
It's incredible.
old. There's not.
Well, here's the question. What were you guys doing at 14? I want
was
to compare
I doing
this.
at
What were you
14?
doing at 14, Andrew Salciunas, while this kid's making his MLS debut?
Yeah, what were you doing, goofball?
Eating brownie sundaes, weighing more than I do now. Playing
Significantly more?
Yeah, probably 10 to 15
Okay.
pounds more. Playing Xbox, trying to hit on girls, getting turned down miserably constantly,
They missed out.
and then going outside and playing baseball, and not professionally.
Johnny?
I was a rising 10th grader. A lot of time being spent at the Jersey Shore. And also getting shot down,
Yeah,
hitting on girls.
late bloomers.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
trying to think.
Connor's gonna be like, "Oh, I had girls running for me.
I had like 5
Yeah.
deep.
No.
They were
absolutely
swiping
not.
right on me.
I had a date a week.
Not at 14. No. I didn't come into my own until, how old am I now?
I
Probably
guarantee
30.
you, Connor was shooting his shot
No,
all over.
I wasn't a shot shooter. No, I was just going through high school. I was in 10th grade.
Going through the motions.
Yeah, I was playing bassoon in the school band still.
Wait a minute, you were a 10th grader at 14 also?
Yeah.
Because that doesn't happen a lot nowadays.
I was a college
Going
freshman
into
at
it.
17.
Right, so was I.
Yeah, so young. Well, we're the smart ones on the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations
Definitely wasn't
on your
playing
success.
professional soccer.
But it's wild. Like, I'm trying to think of other young athletes like that. Like Bryce Harper, obviously was playing JUCO when he was 16.
Yeah.
Is that what it was? He got his GED and then went played junior college. I remember Luca was playing professionally
16?
at 16.
16.
Ricky Rubio was like 15. But
Right.
this is overseas. This wasn't this wasn't in the NBA, but still, he was playing against men.
Okay.
When he was like 15 years old.
By the way, I just want to say TJ on Twitter. Was that game being played in Europe or was it being played in Chester?
So sorry, a guy has an accent.
I mean, come on.
Want me to
It was
say.
a big day. It was on, that was on that wasn't our broadcast.
Yeah,
that
that
was on
Apple.
Apple
That was the
TV.
Apple.
So it's a big day. It's a rise. That guy's gonna be in the Premier League. Let's face it. That.
Oh, 100%.
This kid is 14 years old playing the MLS for probably a month, and then he's gonna go to some Premier League team. It was the kid. I don't follow soccer.
Christian Pulisic. Or you talking about Brendan Harrison?
Brandon Harrison. I was gonna say
Yeah.
Aronson, and I know Harrison. Watch soccer, loser.
Footy.
That
Call
guy-
it footy and be really cool.
Where's he at? Liverpool.
Leeds United last time I
Leeds.
checked.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this kid's gonna go to the
Yeah, but he'll
the
play
Premier
for the
League.
Team USA, so maybe we'll actually compete in the World Cup in
I'm
20
just asking
years.
they treat it like the MLS and not that it's, you're playing Premier League.
Oh, who cares? It's their sport. Let them have it.
Debutante.
You don't watch, so don't let
He's
them.
making his
You don't
debutante.
watch. I don't watch. Let them have their fun.
Anyway,
Debutante.
we'll move on to actual British stuff going on.
Yes.
The Open is currently happening. I've asked you guys this off the air. I brought it up, but I want to bring this on the air as the Open gets going today. They're currently in action over there. And why is it that American players are just assumed not to be able to compete in the Open? It's always, the favorite is this guy from Scotland or this guy from England or this guy from wherever. Can it be that different? They're all professional
Yes.
golfers.
The average wind on the back nine of this course that you're going to play in is like a 28-mile-an-hour wind. The American golfers are not used to that.
Well, guess
and they
what?
don't play it that often. So, Connor, it's like where the European golfers, when they have time off and everything, they're playing European courses.
I call
American golfers are doing that.
And the odds back me up. Currently, if you go to FanDuel Sportsbook, I know, Andy, you're a big FanDuel guy.
Damn right I am.
The top 4 odds to win the Open right now. Scotty Scheffler, American. Xander Schauffele, American. Colin Morikawa, American. Justin Thomas, American.
Okay.
Brian Harmon won it last year from the US of A.
Yep.
Colin Morikawa won it 3 years ago from the US of A. Jordan Spieth won it 6. So every other year.
Every other year it seems like an American.
I think the United Kingdom's hoodwinking us. I think Europe is trying to gaslight us into thinking we can't golf over there.
Could
Well,
be.
that part of it.
Could be.
And then you got get in my belly, telling our best players to, of all time,
I don't know if Tiger Woods
to
our best
retire.
player.
That's today's
Of all
headlines
time.
with Connor Thomas. Great job, Connor. We appreciate your hard work as always.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
job, Connor.
All right, it's time
I
now
slaved over that one for hours.
to head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next from inside the birds, and of course does tremendous work all over the place here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We are 5 days away from training camp, and I know Andrew DeCecca will be there. Andrew, good morning. What's going on, man?
Good morning, guys. I'm feeling great. How's everybody?
We are fantastic. I'm fired up. I was shot out of Canada at 6 o'clock in the morning. I was dancing before the show started, man. Like, I'm ready to go. It's football season, baby.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. It's took long enough, right? So first practice will be Wednesday, July 24th at 10 o'clock, and Nick Sirianni will speak at 9:30.
Go on.
Well, speaking of speaking, Andrew, I'm sure there's already been talks behind the scenes about what to say and what not to say during the first press conferences. We've been talking about the storylines we'll be following along closely. I imagine Jalen Hurts has probably been coached up a little bit on his first question and answer about Nick Sirianni.
You have to think. You've had 6 weeks to iron things out. And, look, Jalen's very deliberate in what he says and intentional, so he's not going to give you a lot, but I think he'll be a little bit more mindful of how he addresses the next time he's asked that question. But, yeah, that's something that you can expect from everyone. They're all going to be briefed on how they should answer certain things, especially concerning Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts and that relationship.
Are you, if I was to say to you the impact that you will be able to see out of practice from the new coordinators, what is your eye test when you do get to observe that you're going to be able to say, okay, that's different than what I've seen before, that's different? What is it you're going to be looking for, and what is it you think you will see?
Defensively, I would say communication, and I would say varied formations and just a lot more intricacies that they're throwing at the offense. And then looking at it from an offensive standpoint, you're going to see a lot more varied formations as well in terms of, bunches and trips, and you're going to see different players shuffling in and out as the third receiver, and it's going to be a heavy use of 11 personnel, I have to imagine, which is 3 wide receivers. And then I want to see how Jalen Hurts processes everything and how if he was able to take that installation period of the spring and carry it over now into the summer and see how it manifests.
Andrew, I want you to forget what you already know, which I know you have a lot of knowledge when it comes to the NFL, when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. John and I and Connor, we talked about this earlier. The players that should have a starting spot on defense, Bryce Huff on one side of the line, Josh Sweat on the other, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter in the middle, Darius Slay, and then Chauncey Gardner-Johnson somewhere. We don't know where yet. I know other guys are considered starters at this point. Are there legitimate battles at other positions like the other safety spot? Because I don't think Reed Blankenship has done enough to be considered the starting safety come week one without a legitimate battle. And there's probably other positions like that as well.
That's a fair point, but my counter to that, Andrew, would be if it's not Reed Blankenship, then who would it be starting opposite C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Sidney Brown's coming off an ACL injury. By all accounts, he's going to be ready for week one, but I don't know that he's going to be able to.
Well, is there going to be a battle? I know Bradbury was floated out there during OTAs. Avonte Maddox has done it in the past, and he might not be your starting slot corner if Cooper DeJean is. So is there other battles that we may not be thinking about just yet?
Well, so, just going back to the Reed Blankenship point, the Eagles really do like Reed Blankenship. They extended him before they even had to. So I think they really like what they have there, at least on paper. Now it's about how do they mesh and how do they sort of immerse themselves into Vic Fangio's system. I think they both offer, CJ and Reed, I'm speaking about, have good ball skills. And I think that I heard you guys talking about that earlier. I think that's going to help translate into interceptions on the back end. And then I'll look at the linebacker position, guys. I think Zach Vaughn got the majority of the first-team reps, but I also think that Nakobe Dean will be factor prominently into this discussion, and this is a really big third season for him. He's sort of at a crossroads at just 23 years old, and I really do believe that when the dust settles, it'll be Nakobe Dean starting opposite Devin White at the end of the summer.
What will be the straw that stirs the defensive drink? Do you believe this year the pass rush will feed off a far improved secondary that is sort of leading the charge, or do you think it will be vice versa?
I think the secondary is going to be the star of the show because they have so many multifaceted players and you can deploy them creatively. I think Vic Fangio and new defensive backs coach Christian Parker are going to be working in tandem and finding ways to maximize that ability and create turnovers and flip momentum at a given time. I have a lot of questions about the pass rush, and I know you, me, and Andrew, we've spoken a lot about that. I think in a perfect world, you have a reconfigured unit, and they're more athletic, and they're going to be able to drop in coverage a little bit more, which is a hallmark for Vic Fangio. But there's a lot of unproven entities in Bryce, in Nolan Smith, who I do believe is going to have a breakout second season, and Josh Sweat, who racked up a ton of miles. He played 828 snaps last season and clearly wore down. So there's a lot of unknown variables there.
Of all the issues, and boy, were there a lot of them, the second half of the season last year, which one do we see the quickest turnaround? We see it in camp. We see it in week 1. We see it in week 2. It's not something that we have to be patient about. One of those issues we saw last year that led to the Eagles' collapse, which one is fixed quickest?
I think communication. I mean, there's one play that I remember vividly in that Tampa Bay wild card game, and that was when Eli Ricks and Devontae Maddox were sort of, switching sides, and they bumped into each other, and that really sort of embodied the lack of communication and just the overall lapses and the disconnect on that defensive side of the ball. And I think ultimately having a coach in Vic Fangio who's done it for 40 years, they're bringing in Christian Parker to kind of rectify that back end, which was really problematic last year. Christian Parker is viewed by many as a very bright-minded defensive coach who will eventually be a defensive coordinator in all probability. So I think you're going to see that really translate early on in seeing guys knowing where they're supposed to be, executing effectively, and kind of just, flowing to the football.
I'm how Kellen Moore of a dork I am for what he's going to bring to the table. And I'm trying to figure out, though, is the true impact of what he's bringing to the table in Saquon Barkley. Is it just as simple as him running the football, or is it the multifaceted things that he can do where he can block, he can be a pass catcher out of the backfield, he can be a decoy, he can be lined up as a slot receiver? What is it just as simple to say the rushing attack is going to be so great with him, or is it everything that he brings to the table?
Great question. And the simple answer to that is he's a special player, and he's a 3-down running back who can pass protect. I think the most valuable trait that he's going to bring, John, is that he's a effective outlet receiver. And yes, last season we all expected DeAndre Swift to affect the game in that area, but he only had 39 receptions, which is the most in the Nick Sirianni era, but it wasn't very much. And I think right now you're going to see Kellen Moore probably emphasize to Jalen Hurts, take what defenses are giving you. Take the 5-yard pickup. Utilize your running back who is explosive and dynamic in space, and let's see if he can pick up some chunk yardage. And I also think in the short yardage situations where the Eagles were so heavily reliant on the tush push, well, having a player like Saquon Barkley, who is a big-bodied running back, who is a physical downhill runner, can pick up some of those tough yards, and you're not exposing your quarterback to a lot of different hits.
Last thing before we let you go, Andrew, I remember asking a bunch of different Eagles reporters this question last year. I'm excited to ask you this question today, as this will be our last time we talk to you before the start of camp. We'll obviously talk to you next Thursday once camp starts. Who is the Paul Turner this year?
Oh,
who is the camp superhero that everybody says that guy needs to make the team, and there's still a legit shot that they don't make the team? But who is the camp superhero this year, according to Andrew DeCecco, when it comes to the Eagles?
It's got to be Johnny Wilson.
6'6",
6'6", he has the height, weight, the catch radius. Those are the type of players that fans tend to gravitate to. I look at Ifeani Moma many years back, that big-body pass catcher that I don't know how he's going to fit or if he will, but they're certainly going to definitely garner some attention.
Andrew, you're the man. We appreciate. We'll be following along Johnny Wilson, and we'll be following along all your work on Inside the Birds and here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We appreciate it as always.
Your busy season is upon you.
Absolutely, dude. Get right. We hope you're rested, man.
I am. Appreciate you guys.
There he is, Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline from Inside the Birds and also here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Best free agent signing of the year? Andrew DeCecco.
Oh, absolutely.
That is a great free agent signing.
Coming up next, I want to get your predictions for the camp superhero, but I also want to get your previous camp superhero that you fell in love with, okay? That you thought this guy is going to be a player, even though they probably didn't end up being one. We'll get your answers, and if you have them as well, you can text in or call in 610-632-0975. Who was the camp superstar that you thought would become something? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wendy's Thursday morning. Kevin Nagandi will be joining the show coming up at 9 o'clock. After Kevin, because he is Mr. ESPN, we might as well go to it. ESPN released the next 20 names or 25 names of the top 100. So we have gotten down to 26, John. So we have 100 to 26. I'll give you some of the names that have popped up because now we're nearing number one. That will be dropped, I guess, at some point tomorrow or next week.
And I will say, just to take the suspense out of some of it, our hoagie bet, neither Kobe Bryant nor Steph Curry have been named yet.
Okay, that's good.
And they will be named at some point.
Maybe
next
it will
drop.
be.
Yeah.
Maybe Kobe's outside the top 100.
That's not going to happen. All right, so.
That'll be 3 hoagies.
That'd be 3
I will
hoagies.
give you 3 hoagies if he's outside of the top 100. And
No,
I don't
he's
think
already,
that's going to
we
happen.
already know he's not going to be.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. All right, so we'll get back to our main topics today because I would love to get some more text reaction on this. You can text the show, call the show 610-632-0975. But I asked Andrew DeCecco of Inside the Birds who he believes the camp wonder will be this year. And he said Johnny Wilson. I think that's a great answer because of the measurables. He's 6'6", and is, a wide receiver. And we're also still looking for depth at the wide receiver position.
Did you ever see him in a game?
No.
It was like almost looked a little awkward.
Okay.
What was
Because
a
of his
weapon?
height? Yeah.
What was a weapon?
Absolutely.
But almost looked like, you know how sometimes you look at how Alec Boehm runs?
Yes.
And it's like a deer?
Yeah.
You're looking at it like a deer. It's the same sort of way, but if they work with him, he can become a red zone.
And it's not a deer. It's a giraffe.
Yes, exactly.
Remember, they call him Raffy.
Raffy.
Yeah.
Yes. I haven't seen many giraffe run, though.
No. Is there a name this training camp that you'll be paying close attention to that intrigues you that isn't, Jalen Hurts?
So a name that's not on the because there's one player that I'm obsessed with,
Who?
but it's not one of those kind of names. I don't think it fits.
Okay.
The name I'm going to be obsessed with is Nakobe Dean. And everything that happens with Nakobe Dean. He doesn't fit that criteria.
Yeah, I got you.
Of being that guy.
The camp superstar.
But everything that I hear about Nakobe Dean, because honestly, we heard about the green dot. We heard about all those things with Nakobe Dean. But what we didn't hear is, boy, Nakobe Dean is showing out. Boy, Nakobe
Yeah,
Dean.
we never heard that.
We never heard in previous camps. Man, he looks like a guy. He is a laser to the ball. At Georgia, he was so good at shooting the gap. He was so good at just guys clearing some space in front of him and just being a harpoon right on that quarterback. He's one of those guys. As far as just to watch for, I also think there's one of the young tight ends that I have to get the name of that I was interested in seeing too, because it's honestly I don't think there's going to be a lot of surprise names this year.
No, but look, you can pick any of the rookies too. Like Jalix Hunt. I know nothing about Jalix Hunt.
I know nothing about him.
Except that he went to Houston Christian. I know nothing about him. By all accounts, this dude's athletic as hell, so I can't wait to watch a guy in 7-on-7 drills or the individual drills or tackling the tire, right? Doing the cone drills. I can't wait to watch the video that a lot of the Eagles reporters will post of that guy.
I remember I can't think of the kid's name. I'm telling you. He's a tight end out of Tennessee, and I can't think of his name right now. But Castles.
Oh, okay.
Castles. Is that
McAllen Castles?
Very
Great name.
Okay,
Great name.
very athletic. Is just is a name. A very athletic guy.
He played,
but he bounced around
3 different colleges:
Yes.
California, UC Davis, and then Tennessee.
He played
and he goes
at 3?
undrafted. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Well, he had the COVID.
Oh, he had the COVID year and everything like that.
He was just testing different campuses.
That's
I get
all.
that.
Yeah.
But he's how about this? Intriguing to me.
Okay.
Intriguing candidate because look, this roster had what? Grant Calcaterra and
Jack Stoll.
Jack Stoll.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be a name that we really know about.
Yeah. I'm excited for Trevor Keegan, the guard out of Michigan that they drafted. He was the guy that after they won the national championship, he was drinking beers with his shirt off, and it was like probably 10 degrees when they were doing the parade.
And everybody said perfect eagle, right?
Right. And he's a guard. We keep on saying that it's all Mekhi Becton versus Tyler Steen. What if this guy puts a run in there for their money too?
Why not?
I mean, the guy's a national champion.
Or at least a backup that you could really, really need at that spot if one
Right.
of those guys goes down.
So he's a guy, again, I told you the offensive line was what I was going to be paying attention to most. So he's a guy that I'll be paying attention to that's not one of the bigger names. What about you, Connor?
I got the hoagie mouth pick easy then. If you're going to go football guy, I'm going to go lowest common denominator of football. I like fast players. I'm going to be watching John Ross.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
very
you're going to
excited.
see him.
Look, they signed him. They brought him in for a workout, and
Yeah.
we all thought it was just. I think we asked Jeff McClain, and Jeff said, "Yeah, they're probably doing like an agent a favor or something." He made the team.
I need to see him be an actual part on this team so that when I use the Eagles in Madden, I can just run him down the field at 99 speed. But
Yes.
honestly, here's the thing. Like, he came out as a guy that was a pretty highly touted
first-round pick.
prospect. And he hasn't worked out in the league because of injuries and stuff like that and not being able to find exactly who he is in an NFL offense. But we talk about how much time they gave Quez Watkins for his intriguing speed. John Ross is significantly faster and has more of a pedigree.
What was it? Was it Billy Sampe? The 1 year at Lehigh?
I don't.
Remember all Eagles fans, you guys may be too young for
Probably
it.
too young.
Probably.
There was a guy.
I'm thinking of Bailey Zappi.
I'm thinking.
He's in New England.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
thinking Sampe was probably early. It was early Andy Reid, but I thought it was post Super Bowl. That every year we were hearing about Sampe.
I didn't make it to Lehigh that year. I
was
was
gonna
busy
be-
with preschool.
No, but every year you heard about, here it comes. Here it comes.
Bill Sampe has never recorded a statistic.
But every year we would hear about Sampe. I think he had I know he had multiple times with the Eagles where he had a chance to make the team, and people were talking about him.
And he
being
just
somebody.
never made
and it never happened. I mean, there were a bunch of players like that, though.
So all right, so is that the first name that you think of as
Sampe,
okay.
because it's such a weird name, and I remember it. That's just one that I remember from, that people were like, oh my gosh, we got this new weapon.
Yeah.
He's going to be the guy.
So I have a guy who I fell in love with, and I allowed preseason games to fool me. Do you guys remember Deshaun Hall?
No, not really.
Why is that name familiar to me?
Well, he was a former third-round draft pick of the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
And he played with the Eagles in the preseason in 2019 and recorded 4 sacks, had 10 tackles. I'm looking at his numbers right now from that preseason, and he was the 50. He ended up being the 53rd man. It was between him and somebody else, and I was like, it's got to be Hall. It's got to be Hall. He was the 53rd man, and ended up doing nothing. Like, he was a body that was there. I think he played special teams and recorded 9 tackles. But I swore that this guy had ability. He had bend off the edge. He was quick off the edge. That was my camp superstar in 2019.
Who was it? I was not a. I don't know if it's Star Wars or Star Trek that does the.
What, that thing? That's the Vulcan sign from Star
Okay,
Trek.
so that's Star Trek.
Yeah.
Spock was a player, again, too young for you guys. There was a player named Spock, and I can't think of his first name, and I apologize to his family or something who may be listening. He was a tight end, and everybody was talking about Spock. And I remember players doing that they were doing it on
the Star Trek
Yes, that he was
hand
going to be
symbol.
the
Steven
hand symbol.
Spock.
Steven Spock. But I don't even know when that was. It was Andy
Oh,
Reid.
no, it was 2005.
It was Andy Reid, right around Super Bowl time.
Yeah.
Spock was the May the Force be with you or something. I don't know.
He played for the New England Patriots, man.
So he did play after that.
It looks.
I remember some of these.
Signed by the Patriots.
I remember some of the weird names of guys, and there was a wide receiver, a speedy little wide receiver too, that in the Andy Reid era everybody got nuts about, and he ended up being nothing, just being absolutely nothing.
Steven Spock actually had a 7-year career.
Are you kidding
in
me?
the NFL. Played with the Eagles for 13 games in 2005, and then goes to New England in 07 and 08. So that was the year they lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl.
Lost to the Giants.
And then he was with Arizona
Wow.
for the NFC Championship game where
That's incredible.
they beat the Eagles.
That guy was a winner.
And then he was with St. Louis in 2011 and Jacksonville in 2012, so they didn't do anything there. But yeah, that guy.
Spock. Yes, I remember the whole stuff with that hand signal.
There was who was the former Eagle? He's a 3-time, speaking of winners, he's a 3-time Super Bowl champion and barely did anything. He's won 3 straight years.
I don't know.
He won with it was Eagles. Then did the Patriots win the year after the Eagles won? Who won Super Bowl
Yes.
53?
Yeah.
Patriots won.
And then
the
the
Rams.
Chiefs won Super Bowl 54. He was on each of those teams. He won 3 straight Super Bowls.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like
What?
Yeah, I gotta find. It was a running back that won with the Eagles in the 2017 Super Bowl.
Wow.
But yeah, so the camp bodies, we know
It happens every year.
every year there's gonna be a guy that we yell and scream for that they should make the roster, and then they end up not making the roster, and then we realize why they didn't make the roster.
Is it always size or speed, though? Because my guy's more recent. Mine was Tyree Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
And
What is he going to be?
But he's gigantic.
He's gigantic.
Huge
Right.
catch rate.
Oh,
And,
yeah, that's a big part. Well, that's why Johnny Wilson. That's why
Yeah.
Andrew DeCecco says Johnny Wilson.
So is it always size or speed? Is it just like you look at the most athletic guy on the roster who you don't know and say, that guy?
Yeah, probably. That's the guy that you're most intrigued by.
I love that.
Lou on Twitter, this is a great one, says Jeremy Bloom.
Jeremy Bloom, yeah.
Jeremy Bloom got so much, sort of hype and talk.
Yeah.
People were excited.
Dude, Devin Allen just 2 years ago.
Right, and it's such
Yes.
If that guy got tackled in an NFL game, his head would fall
it's
off.
such dumb football brain too. It's just
Right.
like, well, he's fast,
He's
or
fast, so
he's
he's
big,
gonna be
so
good.
he's
Whoa,
got to
whoa,
be
whoa.
good.
You're saying that about Devin Allen. I watched Devin Allen play in the Pac-12.
Okay.
And Devin Allen played in the Pac-12 and went across the middle in the Pac-12
Yeah.
and got knocked around by guys who were probably playing in the NFL.
So did
I don't
J.J.
think he's
Arcega-Whiteside.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think he's-
exactly.
No, I didn't see J.J. go across the middle much.
By the way, it was Kenyon Barner.
Kenyon Barner.
One with the Eagles in 17, one with New England the next year, then had a down year because he went to Atlanta in 2019, but then won the Super Bowl with Tom Brady and the Bucs. So 3 in 4 years, that guy won with 3 different teams.
Old Ken John. That's a name I haven't heard in quite some time.
Ken John Barner. That's amazing,
Is
man.
it the Kenyon Barner? Is he the guy? I just remember that the first time Liv and I did the dad-daughter Eagles game, it was against the Tennessee Titans, and the opening kickoff got returned for a touchdown. And I thought it was Kenyon Barner.
Might have been.
109 yards. Opening touchdown was returned. I don't think it ever had happened in an Eagles game before.
Interesting.
I know it was in the Chip Kelly era, and Mark Sanchez was the quarterback. But I thought it was Kenyon Barner.
Possible.
It may not be.
It could have
If
been.
only there was a machine.
A
I could look that
Google
up.
machine.
I could look that up.
Kenyon Barner has never returned a kick return for a
So it
touchdown.
wasn't him. So somebody else did it to win to start an Eagles game.
We'll try. We'll effort that one during the break. Coming
There
up
we go.
next, we get your text reaction to today's topics. I'll reset the show for you, and then we have Kevin Nagandi coming up at 9 o'clock, and the latest names released on the quarter poll of the All-Century team from ESPN.
Oh boy.
Hours led to plenty of discussion on social media yesterday, and the station. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas, weekday mornings.
me a number.
Number 5 will always love you.
All right, number 5, or should I put him? Or should I say 13? Because that's where he was on my top 10 list.
Need you
Number
to stop.
5 to the contest line: 215-263-0975. Caller number 5 to the contest line will win our third of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards to Wendy's. 215-263-0975 for a whole new way to nug. Try new Wendy's new saucy nugs today. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. A lot of people chimed in on the top 10 list yesterday, and it continued to middays with Bob, and it continued to the best show ever. They did 5.
I think that listening to Bob yesterday and Ray, and hearing Tom too, I almost got moved to say, you know what, Giroux off, Ryan Howard on. Like they made compelling case.
Yeah, but you know what's hilarious,
Howard
man?
did.
The amount of backlash I got for not having Giroux or Utley on mine. And you guys didn't have.
I didn't have Utley.
You didn't have Utley
None
on
of us
yours
had
either.
Utley.
Utley
I
didn't
can't believe
deserve to be on
Utley
there.
does not deserve to be on the 10 best athletes in the since
Most,
2000 in this
most
city.
loved athletes.
Most
Utley's
loved.
on there.
different.
For sure.
That's
But people
completely-
can't differentiate that.
That's completely different.
I
It's
had-
not beloved.
I had a guy, and again, because of today's society, you can't just have a normal debate where it doesn't lead to dropping expletives and
It's unbelievable.
and being immature. Guy telling me to bleep off because I didn't have Chase Utley on my list, because that's a normal way to react. He
Over a list.
His reasoning, again, it couldn't just be a normal conversation. Strictly because of war, because Chase Utley's war.
Oh yeah.
I didn't
was-
realize he served.
Chase Utley's war over a span of 5 years was, I forget what he said, as high as Albert Pujols' and somebody else's.
That's great. Tell me about war. It's
So my thing with war, which, look, it's a legitimate stat. I get it.
what's it good for? Absolutely nothing, in my opinion.
If you value war strictly, Ryan Howard was not a good baseball player, or he was an average baseball player.
Average by war.
Ryan Howard was one of the most feared hitters
Yep.
for like 5 years in Major League Baseball, won an MVP because of it. Now, this guy was saying, well, Chase Utley was one of the top 3 players, and I made sure to mention he never finished close to top 3 in MVP voting. And he said, well, why should I value what writers say and not what statistics say? Well, those same writers are putting people in the Hall of Fame, correct?
Yes. They're the ones who, for some reason, we've decided that writers get to be the arbiter for all of us.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't be the case anymore.
No, it shouldn't be.
But it is what it is. And so,
It's
yeah,
antiquated and outdated.
statistically, based off of WAR alone, Chase Utley was the best on that team. But what WAR does not calculate, and this is something that bothers me when people just use statistics, Jimmy Rollins was the catalyst of that team. Jimmy Rollins ushered in, like we are talking about Bryce Harper and how he's ushering in this new era of Phillies baseball out of that 10-year playoff drought. Jimmy Rollins ushered in that era of baseball when they also had a 14-year playoff drought from 1993 to 2007. Jimmy Rollins was the vocal leader on that team. WAR does not categorize.
Right.
That doesn't come into the equation. Jimmy Rollins was a leadoff hitter. Jimmy Rollins, like Chase Utley, was probably the best at his position, at least in the National League.
He's the all-time leader in hits for the franchise.
And that doesn't matter anymore. Hits don't
like
matter
that doesn't
anymore.
matter. It's so stupid.
Which is dumb.
It's so stupid, and the only people who tell you that are not baseball people. It's literal dorks sitting in front of computers trying to come up with things to tell you they're smarter.
Yeah.
Baseball people, go to a manager, go to a general manager, talk to a star player, and tell them that hits don't matter.
Yeah, but then
It's so freaking stupid.
numbers are not enough. Like, you know,
They're
what's-
not. There's so much more
Let's
to
look
it.
at Brian Dawkins, who I had at 1. You know what he got on the stat sheet for that hit on Algie Crumpler?
Nothing.
Nothing. It was a tackle.
It was
he got
a
it. He got a tackle.
Yes,
You
he
got,
got a
one
tackle.
tackle. The same as wrapping someone up or being the closest guy to him on the sidelines when they go out of bounds. That wasn't just a tackle. You have to see
That's
these
a
things.
statement.
You have to
Yeah.
feel what they mean. You have to understand the moment. Jimmy Rollins was a player that was ready for the moment.
Yeah.
Some guys have numbers similar that were not.
Yeah. And look, Utley, this is not saying that he wasn't.
Nobody's
but you have
saying
to
that.
feel
He has
it.
the best case out of all 3, even though I disagree with it, to get into the Hall of Fame. I think Jimmy
Yes.
Rollins should have the best case, but
Well, it's
whatever.
position based.
And Chase, even position based. Like Jimmy Rollins, I know he played in an era with Derek Jeter, but if you look at some of the shortstops that are in the Hall of Fame, Jimmy Rollins has had better careers. But whatever. If you're just basing off of WAR, I can't have a conversation with you if that's the only thing you're
That's
basing
the
it off
only
of.
thing you worry about. It doesn't make sense. It
Like
really
there's more to it. Like 09, Ryan Howard, the whole "Get Me to the Plate" boys. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's an iconic memory. That's an iconic story.
Right. Every conversation needs nuance beyond numbers.
Right.
No question.
Absolutely. So the lists were fun to have a lot of
fun, and
banter with yesterday.
A lot of people had a lot of things to say, and the vast majority of people
The one that confused
were not being jerks.
it shouldn't have confused me. I understand why, but Nick Foles is not a top 10 athlete since
No.
Oh my
2000.
gosh!
But-
Seriously, do we have to do that? Do we have to?
I won't fault anybody who says that.
Why?
I understand why.
Come on.
I understand why there's people who will say that. They're incorrect, but I'm not going to fight somebody on Nick Foles.
But it's just. I mean, seriously, he's not a top 10.
He's not. We are all
He's
in agreement
not.
he's not. But he won the Super Bowl and he had an amazing
Look, we
performance. He's
understand
the
that.
Super Bowl MVP. Like they're wrong to say Nick Foles is a top 10 player, but he's the one guy where it's like, I get why you want to be wrong here.
Right.
No, it's wonderful. If you just want to be, if you're talking about your favorite athletes of all time, if you're talking about something like that, that's
Yeah, it's different. I saw somebody say you had to take off, I forget, it was Jason Peters and somebody else. And
Lane
Jason,
Johnson, maybe? Or
no, because Lane wasn't on mine, even though
Oh, okay.
that's a
He was
hard
on
one.
mine.
But somebody said you have to take off Jason Peters and somebody else and put Nick Foles. And I'm like, you mean I have to take off 2 Hall of Famers
You're out of your mind.
for a guy that had 5
was it
great
Peters
games?
and Kelsey? That
Maybe
they
it was
said?
Peters and Kelsey,
Yeah.
something like.
I mean, it's truly
because they said
ridiculous.
quarterback over lineman. I'm like, those
Yeah.
guys are Hall of Famers. Nick Foles is not. By the way, again on this WAR conversation, do you know where Ryan Howard was in WAR for the 2008 Phillies, the team that won the World Series? Where do you think he was ranked on the Phillies roster?
5th.
I'm going to guess lower, 7th?
9th.
Okay, that's just stupid.
He was behind Pat Burrell at 8, Brad Lidge at 7, Jamie Moyer at 6, Jason Worth at 5, Shane Victorino at 4, Cole Hamels at 3, J. Roll at 2, Chase Elliott at 1. So if you're basing your opinion on WAR, then Ryan Howard was not a good baseball player.
Correct.
Or he was a piece, not the big piece.
He was just a piece.
He was a piece on the World Series team, and that piece had the most home runs on the team, most RBI on the team, and was the most feared hitter in baseball for like 3 straight years. That's all right. Use WAR.
Yeah, just
That's all.
obsess on it.
All right, coming up next, Kevin Agandi will join the show. And, of course, this list stemmed off of the ESPN quarter poll of the top 100 athletes of the century. We got to 21. 21?
26.
Yes.
26.
26.
Got to 26, so another quarter has been announced. We'll go through those coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
o'clock on Kincade and Salciunas on this Wendy's Thursday morning. Still one more $50 Wendy's gift card to give away at some point during the show. So we'll let you know how you can win that at some point. But we got other matters to attend to right now. We get to head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From ESPN, he does a tremendous job. And I wonder if he got the deluxe edition of NCAA. Remember, last week we asked him if he was getting it, and he laughed, and he said, hell yeah.
He hosts the damn 6 o'clock Sports Center. Of course he got an advance copy.
Well, let's
if
ask
he
him.
didn't, L. Duncan did.
Kevin Agandi joins us. Kevin, have you won the national championship yet?
Hell yeah! I won the national championship. Come on now. We didn't waste any time. Me and the boys, we've had a blast with it. It's been great. What's cool, again, I think we all have a part of our childhood as a part of this game. But, to have my 12-year-old, my 10-year-old, and their eyes light up and ask me constantly, when are we playing? When are we playing? When are we playing? That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
That's just one of those. It's a rite of passage in the Nagandi household. And my oldest is loving the idea of being Temple. So that's
great.
That's even better.
That's good. You're teaching him well, Kevin.
Doesn't go well with the Florida Gator mom, but it trust me, it wins a lot of points for the Temple Owl dad.
Oh, that's awesome.
Absolutely.
Right now, Kev, as a week out from training camp, we've been talking this morning about, just the players we're watching, the storyline we're watching. What's the number one thing you're looking for? When you look at, especially how last year's Eagles season ended, I want Nick Sirianni to rip off the Band-Aid and say, we will not talk about it once this camp begins. Last year is off limits. You've interviewed a lot of coaches. You've interviewed a lot of players. How do you stay away from talking about last season when it's this season?
The only way you can stay away from talking about last season is actually playing a football game. So I think it's going to your point, John, it's going to linger here, right? I think
sure.
Those questions are going to continue to come up, especially with the changes made with the coaching staff, right? You're not going to be able to escape it. Now, if you're Nick Sirianni, to your point, you've kind of got to establish the first day or two, hey, we've had the entire offseason. I've addressed it multiple times. We are now on to this season. We can't carry over what happened last year. We are now turning the page. If you get repeated questions on it, you could just, hey, I've already addressed it. We're moving on. You got to constantly, I've already addressed it. We're moving on. If you leave an opening, you're leaving the opportunity for somebody to ask more questions and follow-ups, and then you're never going to escape last year's conversation. The only way they can do that is he's got to establish that from the beginning, and I think in a certain way, right? Hey, this is a completely different team, new coaching staff, a lot of different impact players are on this team. We're turning the page. We're moving on. Now, you asked about concerns. I've got a handful of concerns heading into camp, and obviously the way things have changed, there's only a certain period where the media has access to watching camp compared to what it was like 20, 30 years ago. I'd be kind of curious to see where Jalen Hurts' knee is, how healthy is that, because that was a huge issue from the start of the season last year, and it just lingered and lingered and lingered and didn't go away. It affected his mobility. I'd love to know also where is Jalen Carter's health? And when I say that is durability, especially after hitting that rookie wall. Where is Jordan Davis's health? Where is physically, can these two guys maintain a certain level for 17, 18, 19, 20 games? Because that is going to be a huge difference maker on where this team is, considering what they've lost in the front and what they're expecting with these draft picks over the last couple of years.
Kevin, does it excite you when Tim McManus, who does a tremendous job covering the Eagles for ESPN.com, writes a story about how the Eagles are preparing for more practices, more practice time, and a little bit more physicality in practice compared to what they've been doing the last couple of years?
Yeah, it's a wake-up call. It totally is. It's basically sending a message that, hey, last year didn't work. We kind of let the foot off the gas pedal, and look what happened. It just didn't work. And I think what you got to do, especially how they finished the last 2 months, the way that we watched that team play, it's just like they collectively gave up. Didn't it feel that way, guys?
Certainly did.
Especially in that Bucks game. I mean, they just look like, we're good. Let's go to Cancun. So you got to send a message, and this is the way you do it. This is the tone of the season now. No letting up, and it's got to be kind of the theme for 5 months. I think Nick's smart enough to know and understand that in this day and age, you're not going to go like all old school Buddy Ryan two-a-days or Ray Rhodes two-a-days or whatever they did back in the day, where it was like, this doesn't make sense physically on the body. But you've got to send a message that we can't lay up right now, and we need everybody's attention. And there's a goal and why we're here, and it's not just, hey, let's look good in the regular season. Let's also extend this in unfinished business after last year's bad taste in their mouth.
I know how those halls of Bristol work, and you're roaming the halls and you bounce into somebody that you didn't expect to see. You see all of the NFL insiders, and I don't need you to expose any of them by name. But overall, when they're busting chops with you or sharing some info on what they think about the Eagles, is it more overwhelmingly positive, overwhelmingly negative, or somewhere in the middle about what they expect for this upcoming season?
John, John, I got to tell you, they all have a lot of fun with me.
Oh, yes, they do.
All this kind of fun poking at me because they also know they think I overreact. They think I'm way too in the weeds sometimes when I'm on a tangent about picking up a blitz, and I'm furious about how the coordinators played things out last year and the play calling and how much I missed.
You're one of us, Kev.
Yeah, so they're always – that's a great point. So they're always talking me off the ledge.
Oh, wow. That's good then.
And then they'll bring up, the insiders always bring up, hey, what do you think? The Phillies look really good. Sixers have had a great offseason. So, they are always trying to find, positive things with me. I'm not negative, Bill. I'm just reality. I look at things I feel good about certain things, but I also look at things where there's a certain reality. So they also know I feel really good about the Phillies at this moment. I'd love to get 2 guys on the A's right now on this roster, but they know that I'm in a good space. It is fun and fascinating because they all laugh at me when we get into kind of the inside baseball kind of conversations, and I go a little bit deeper and deeper and deeper, and then they're like, all right, he's way too deep. We're going to pull back a little bit. So they've got a lot more fun with me, but all of them actually feel really good about the Eagles. They all do, trust me, and that's a good thing. I mean, there is concern about how the season ended, but then when you have somebody in any conversation, when you talk to somebody and you have a thought, and that person is really, really into it, and they go to one point, you kind of want to balance it out, and I think that's what the insiders have with me. They want to balance me out after they start something, and then I'm like, yeah, but what about this and this and this? I heard that, and I know this, and then that's true. I understand, but this is where we're at right now. This is what we're going to do. This is what they're planning on doing. So it is an interesting dynamic and conversation.
What did you make of Jeremy Fowler's coaches, executive, and scout poll where Jalen Hurts fell out of the top 10 for quarterbacks in the NFL?
I thought it was absurd, and it's not Jeremy's fault.
No.
Some of the comments, an executive, criticizing the way they did Josh Allen. I think Burrow's way too high. Burrow's top 5, but Burrow can't stay on the field.
Yeah, I mean, Lamar Jackson being 4 was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. And then Dak Prescott 10. Tua Tagovailoa is not in the top 10. Jalen's not in the top 10. Brock Purdy's not in the top 10. I love the talent that Justin Herbert has. Justin Herbert has done nothing in the NFL when we talk about success in postseason. And so I was a little surprised about the evaluation was more about projections, it felt like, but it didn't feel like actual results. You mean to tell me Justin Herbert's higher than some of the guys that have had already a ton of success in the league, especially in the postseason? I just don't understand it. And so I look at that stuff as a grain of salt. It's good fodder in July, guys. Hey, it was a good topic this week as training camps are opening,
right.
But I don't put any weight into it.
By the way, if you ever want to slip in that Trevor Lawrence is East Coast Justin Herbert, That is a Connor Thomas creation here on the show.
Yeah, it's pretty
that
spot
is
on.
A pretty accurate. That's a pretty and you know what that is? It comes off the bus and you're like, oh my God, that guy's an NFL quarterback, right?
Yes.
Physically, the way they look, you see their arm, you fall in love with it. All that plays a role. Supremely talented, both of them. But when we talk about results on the field, we have yet to see both of those guys. And it's so funny that you bring that up because it was that Jacksonville L.A. Chargers game that was a debacle in the playoffs or the huge blown lead. So those two guys have yet to reach any type of real potential down the road in postseason.
Kevin, I got to say, not just thank you for coming on and giving us time to talk to you, but thank ESPN for us because we've mentioned the Jeremy Fowler story. We've also been talking a lot about this top 100 century list that has been going on ESPN. We were about to talk about numbers 50 through 26. The rest have just been dropped.
Oh, nice.
Have you been following along this?
No, this is Talk Radio Mono.
Oh, dude, it's perfect. It is perfect. Would you guys like to know who number one is on the list?
LeBron, right?
Sure.
I want you guys all to guess.
I'm guessing LeBron.
I would think it's LeBron or Tiger.
Tom Brady.
Thinking about the century. Tom Brady, okay, yeah. So LeBron, Tiger, Tom Brady would be somewhere in those top three.
You're
right?
all wrong.
We're all wrong?
Oh,
Connor and I said this name, and John, you poo-pooed it.
For number one.
Michael Phelps. Wow.
Oh, stop.
Mr. Gold Medal. What? Dude, that guy's
okay.
a
Stop.
superstar Olympian.
Stop.
all right.
A swimmer is not.
Oh,
No.
come
Sorry,
on.
no.
Swimming not a sport,
No,
John.
it is a sport, but it's not. No, he's not number one.
Kevin, we appreciate it, man. We always
Hey, wait,
love
wait, wait.
having you. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, Kevin, settle this. Connor has a 3 hoagie bet on the line here. In the top 25, whose name is higher? I guess lower?
Closer
Whatever it
to
is.
closer to one.
Closer to one. Kobe Bryant or Steph Curry? In your opinion. And then, but you don't have to guess. If you were voting, what would you say?
I would say Kobe Bryant because if you're looking at the greatest basketball players of all time, I think you could make an argument that Kobe's top 5, top 8, right? With Steph Curry, your argument would be probably 10 to 15. He's
Best shooter of
all time. Shooter of all time. But I don't think Steph Curry jumps over Kobe and greatest, basketball player ranking, so I wouldn't see Steph Curry jumping Kobe in this. But then I could be wrong because I didn't agree with where they had Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani should be definitely top 50.
Correct.
Maybe even top 25.
It's ridiculous.
I've never seen a baseball player do the things he's done since Babe Ruth, and I actually think better than Babe Ruth. So, yeah.
Good job.
And like you said, Kevin, it's been a lot of radio fodder for us this week, so we appreciate
Wait,
Bristol.
What? Can we pay it off now? Who's higher, Kobe or Steph?
Connor Thomas has lost the bet.
Hey!
Connor Thomas has lost the bet.
All right.
So
Connor.
you owe us hoagies, Connor. That's the way
got
it
you.
is.
There you go,
Kevin,
Kev.
listen, man, we appreciate it as always, and we hope to talk to you again next week.
Thank you, buddy.
Fellas, be good. Thank you.
There he is, Kevin the Gandhi, Philadelphia Zone, Temple Zone,
Phoenixville's own first.
Phoenixville's, yes,
Kobe-
and from ESPN.
Tell me, how about this? Have you looked, Connor?
No,
I have not.
I have no idea.
I
It's
have
just
not
in
front
either.
of me.
Okay.
I'm producing this radio program.
I'm going to tell you that they are greater than 8 spots apart.
No.
They're not.
They're tight?
I will go. You guys want me to start at 25 to 1?
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Floyd Mayweather at 25.
Okay.
I think that's totally fair.
Deservingly.
Probably should be higher.
Pujols at 24.
Wow.
Cage, dude,
He was
I know.
unbelievable.
he's the machine. And again, this is since 2000.
Yeah, I guess so.
The guy, he is,
When I see Ohtani, is that
all of his home runs came in this century, 703 of them.
I got you. Ohtani is better than Pujols.
That a 700 home run hitter?
Yes.
Like he's
No,
more
no, no.
talented,
Ohtani
but
is
the
better than-
accomplishment.
No,
Ohtani
it's
is better
based-
than Pujols.
Okay, when we chop off your head and we put it on ice,
Okay.
and the century is over, Ohtani might end up being higher. And
It's not like Ohtani's been here for a year.
It's only been like 4 or 5.
I thought it's like 5.
Okay,
Still,
Pujols
Pujols
had
had like
I
20.
understand.
20.
Oh, come on. Okay.
Dude, he's a 3-time MVP.
No, he's fantastic.
0-1 Rookie of the Year,
Look, he's
11-time All-Star,
fantastic.
2 Gold Glove winner, 6-time Silver Slugger, 2-time World Series champion, which Shohei Ohtani can't say he is, and 703 home runs.
Pujols is easily ahead.
Yeah, no, that's not even a debate.
As
dude.
of right now.
Yes, as of right now. All right, so Mayweather 25, Pujols 24, KG at 23,
Wow.
Sidney Crosby 22, Diana Taurasi at 21, Aaron Donald comes in at 20. Why are you, Scott? She's literally, isn't she considered the greatest
She's considered.
women's basketball player of all time?
Okay, go on.
Dude, you have to
Go on. By the way, it's 7 seasons for Ohtani.
Okay, and not
Go
even
on.
close to what Albert
Right.
Pujols has accomplished.
2
Lewis,
MVPs,
Lewis
Rookie of the Year.
Hamilton, for 3-time MVP. That's more.
I got you. Well, he's got 2, and he's got 2 in 7 years.
Lewis Hamilton deserves to be there.
He's at 19. Surprising so low, but again,
Okay.
he hasn't been doing it for 15, 20 years. Mahomes is at 18. So he is behind.
I got to hear who's ahead of Mahomes.
Shaq is at 17.
Understood.
See, now I love Shaquille.
Back-to-back Finals MVP.
Yeah, no,
Shaq.
Shaq's done
Yeah, you
more.
got 3-time Finals MVP.
And
That's
a 4-time champion, whereas
Right.
Mahomes is a
Okay.
3-time champion.
Okay.
But again, when this
Again.
century's over, Mahomes will be ahead of Shaq.
Mahomes will be ahead of Shaq.
So Shaq's at 17. Tim Duncan is at 16. Katie Ledecky, who's amazing, speaking of swimming, she's at 15. Steph is at 14.
Okay.
Ronaldo at 13. Nadal at 12. Novak Djokovic at 11. So back-to-back tennis players. Kobe's at 10. So
Wow,
4
Kobe in
5
the
spot
top 10.
difference. Are you surprised?
Yeah, a little bit.
They do the little blurbs, right? Obviously, a top 75 player, Hall of Fame. He was inducted in this century. 5-time champion, 2-time MVP, league MVP, 18-time All-Star, 15-time All-NBA selection, 12-time. This is what I believed. I just didn't say it, so you can say that I'm lying. I believed would be a big difference between the Kobe and Steph thing.
The defense.
12-time All-Defense.
Yeah.
12-time All-Defensive player. And then 4-time All-Star Game MVP, which, say what you want.
Okay.
Well, the All-Star Game was actually played back then.
Still.
No, it still didn't matter.
Okay. Back then, the All-Star Game actually played. He was the best of the All-Stars.
It didn't matter, though.
Usain Bolt at 9. Tiger at 8. Simone Biles at 7. Roger Federer at 6. And now we've reached our top 5. You guys want to try to take a guess of your top? You already know that
Well, we know
Phelps,
Phelps
is
1.
1. So you need 2 through 4. Or 5.
Okay. LeBron
Where at?
at 4.
4.
You guys both have LeBron at 4?
Yeah, because of the way you said it.
All right, then who's at 5? You guys skipped 5.
Oh, I thought we had 5 already.
Tiger Woods.
Tiger's at 8. I already
Tiger's
said it.
8.
Oh,
yeah.
Tiger's 8. I forgot. I don't know.
Take a guess. I mean,
Now I get to guess. I could guess for all day because we're missing something obvious.
So who are we missing? We're missing Brady.
What's
We're
up,
missing
Sam?
LeBron.
you're missing Brady. You have LeBron at 4.
Yeah.
So you have,
We're putting Brady
all right,
at
Brady's
2.
at 5.
Brady's at 5?
Brady is at 5.
Wow. How is Brady?
All right,
How's
so
Brady?
Serena
Stop.
Williams has got to be at
She's at
4.
2.
Serena's
She's at 2.
fantastic.
LeBron's
Okay.
at 4.
LeBron is at 4.
Yeah, I've told you this 6 times.
No, you said we have LeBron at 4.
LeBron's
You
at
didn't say we
4.
got it
Oh,
right.
I
LeBron's
know.
at 4.
Okay.
And then Lionel Messi's at 3.
Okay.
Messi, no argument. Serena, no argument.
I don't think you can argue the top 5. You can
argue the order.
Argue the order if you don't think Phelps is number 1.
No, I don't think Phelps is number 1.
Dude,
I do not think he's number 1.
record 28
I gotcha.
time
I gotcha.
Olympic medalist.
I gotcha.
23
Amazing.
golds.
Absolutely. He's
I
not
think we're
number 1.
learning something. John's anti-Olympics.
I think you're
No,
anti-Olympics.
I don't enjoy the. I don't
Johnny
enjoy
is
it that
anti
much.
the greatest sporting event in the world.
And no, look, and I went to I think 19 events. I think in the '96 games, I went to the whole 2 weeks. Went to nothing but events. I'm sorry, no. But look, Phelps is top 10, absolutely.
Do you have any problem with the top 10? Again, order.
As far as
forget
the
your
names,
order. Yeah.
no.
Kobe,
The order-
Usain
the order,
Bolt, Tiger
absolutely.
Woods, Simone Biles.
Serena is fantastic. Like I
Yeah.
thought Serena was.
She could have been 1.
I thought
honestly.
Serena was going to be behind Brady and LeBron, and she's not. She's fantastic.
23-time major champion.
Unbelievable. She's unbelievable.
Crazy. All right, so we'll get some of this reaction coming up next. If you guys want to text in some
Hoagie.
reaction, and also we'll keep on diving into this. I'll try to find out during the break everybody that played for Philadelphia at some point.
Hoagie Fest
I'll go
is
through
here.
it. Yeah, thanks for the hoagies.
No, I'm going to see phone records to make sure you guys didn't text somebody over there.
Yeah, sure, because that's what it
Hey,
was.
just bump Kobe up a couple spots.
All right, we continue this conversation. I didn't tell you where Nikola Jokic is.
Oh, boy.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
History made at Subaru Park. I'm Connor Thomas.
Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:29 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I want to thank our friends Andrew DeCecco and Kevin Nagandi, who both joined the show today. You can hear those again on 97.5thefanatic.com. And again, thank you to ESPN for all the content this week. Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man Ichiro Suzuki, coming in at number 37.
That's your boy
on the top 100 list. Well deserved. Ahead of Barry Bonds by a spot, because Barry did a lot of the stuff in the 90s too.
You know, Rob. You remember Rob Dibble?
Yes,
the pitcher from the Reds, and then he was Dan Patrick's co-host back in the day. He has a Ichiro tattoo on his backside.
What? Excuse me?
Because he said that
I'm a pretty big fan, but not that far.
He said that Ichiro would never get 3,000 hits.
Ah, okay, and that was a bet.
He would never, that it wasn't going to translate, and he said, like, if he ever got 3,000 hits, he'd get Ichiro tattoo.
Yeah, well,
it's a dumb bet.
Some are saying he's the all-time hit leader, but people don't want to have that conversation.
That's the thing.
Pete Rose is, but that's all right.
No, Ichiro is professionally.
This list is not held
but it's all right.
Nobody wants to have that conversation.
Because Messi's 3.
Does. You're right.
The list is international, so you can count everything Ichiro did over in Japan too, as long as it was ahead of 2000.
Yep.
Or
Which
after 2000.
Which it wasn't, because he did.
When did he come over?
2001 was his rookie
Yeah,
season.
so he had a year over there.
Yeah, but he didn't have 1,000 hits in one season.
He might have.
Pretty close to it. All right, so a name that was on here that I'm stunned by how high he is. I'm not stunned that he's on it.
Okay.
But I'm shocked that Nikola Jokic is at 28. Stunned.
Well, what does he have? 2 MVPs?
Yes.
2 MVP.
One championship.
Finals.
No, sorry, 3-time MVP.
Sorry, okay, yeah.
3-time MVP.
And finals
NBA
champion.
Finals MVP, Western Conference Finals MVP, and obviously won the NBA championship. I'm just shocked that he's at 28.
Western Conference Finals MVP didn't. We're not counting that, are we?
Yeah, it's an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here are some of the names that he's ahead of. Now, Mike Trout is at 30, but he's never won anything.
Right, so that's fair.
Individually, I would probably give the nod to Mike Trout, but Trout's never won a championship. And now, is that his fault or is that the Angels' fault? You know, who really knows? Kershaw's at 31.
That feels high for Kershaw.
Dude, I don't know, man. 3-time Cy Young winner. Won the MVP as a pitcher in 2014. 10-time All-Star. 5-time ERA title. Triple Crown winner. Gold Glove winner. World Series champion. And has thrown a no-hitter in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess just my gut feeling is I'd run through a lot of guys before I got to a lot of people before I get to Clayton Kershaw.
I mean, it's just hard. It's all...
I would get to a lot of people before him.
It's hard when you do this across different sports. Like, Nikola Jokic is a 3-time MVP, right? Which is amazing in itself. Clayton Kershaw winning an MVP as a starting pitcher
is weighted heavier because
like that doesn't happen often. You know what I mean? Like, for me, that's more... Him winning an MVP as a pitcher is almost as impressive as Nikola Jokic being a 3-time MVP.
Okay, what about postseason? Does that matter to you in your thing? Because Clayton Kershaw, regular season, Clayton Kershaw, postseason,
much different,
are completely different.
Right. Until he won the World Series in 2020, he had the stank on poor postseason.
And he still doesn't have great.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
His postseason numbers are average. Would you say?
Yeah, if not below, depending on.
I mean,
especially compared to who he is.
And how do you go from being an all-star, constantly Cy Youngs, and when the biggest games come, you don't show up over and over?
Not ready for the moment, bro.
The other guy that I would think would be higher,
Joel Embiid.
We got into an argument off the air, Connor.
Did you?
Family fight.
He was basically like, so Embiid's not top 100? I wasn't surprised. Are you surprised that Embiid's not on this list?
No, he's won one MVP. He hasn't won anything in the postseason.
Right. Like, he was shocked.
No, top 100, I would have thought he'd sneak in. He would have snuck in.
Well, remember, his career started in, 2014.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm not surprised at all.
So we have guys here with, 5 years.
Who?
6 years.
Yeah, Jokic. He's the only guy.
Or Ohtani, who's an all-time.
Okay.
Yeah, where
Great.
everybody that's on this list is a future Hall of Famer or already in the Hall of Fame. Like Kevin Durant's on this list.
And Embiid is a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but like Durant should be higher than Joel Embiid.
Exactly.
But Miguel Cabrera at 33 seems too low.
That's too low.
And two-time MVP, won a triple crown, which, again, doesn't happen often in baseball. And he was a World Series champion. Him at 33 is too low.
You are just a Miguel Cabrera guy, though, too.
I'm a big Miguel Cabrera fan.
Yeah, for good reason you are.
Yeah,
he's got. I mean, he honestly does. He could be top 5 athletes of all time that don't get their due to me.
Yeah,
oh, that's on him for never leaving Detroit.
Well,
that's part of it. I mean,
signed a contract.
Miami too.
I mean, yeah, but he won a World Series in Miami.
Yeah, he was young though.
I see on the board, B. Gunn puts, there's no way Kevin Garnett was a better basketball player than Pujols was at baseball.
That is
I agree
absolutely
with that.
correct.
Now, they're one spot apart. Pujols is 24, Garnett's 23. That should probably
Kevin Garnett should be lower.
Yeah.
Pujols was also my favorite player growing up, non-Philly, though,
Was
too.
he really?
So, yeah.
No,
No
the guy
doubt.
was a beast. But it is interesting, like how you put this together because it's not just 4 major sports. It's also Olympics, it's soccer, it's tennis, it's all kinds of stuff. And the accomplishments, as you pointed out, Connor, not just for like Major League Baseball. Like you could have accomplishments outside of the 4 major sports.
The other thing
Sure.
that's tough is like naturally you assume, because we were continuing the conversation about Steph and Kobe out there in the hallway. And I was like, the impact that Steph Curry had on the game, I guess maybe affects my ranking of where he would be. I don't know if they considered the impact that these guys had on like the way the game was changed. Like that's why Allen Iverson, I think, was so high on our lists for the top 10 in Philly, is because the culture that he changed with the way he attacked the game and also just the person that he was carries a lot more weight than someone who might have done it in just like a quieter way.
Was Kobe as popular? As far as countrywide, was Steph ever as popular as Kobe?
I think Kobe was more popular, but I think Steph was more influential in how the game was played.
You're no question. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah,
that you're right about
like more
that.
people would buy Kobe's sneakers, but more people changed the way they played basketball because of Steph Curry.
Every time you guys take a shot at the trash can,
You say Kobe. Yeah.
I mean,
No,
so,
I
mean,
say
it's-
Connor. Come on, bro.
Nobody goes Steph.
By the way, any surprise that, speaking of Iverson not in the top 100?
That's a surprise.
Yeah, you know what? That is surprising.
All of his, like, he won his MVP in the 2000-2001 season.
Go to the hundreds again, like the 99, 95, 97.
Charles Woodson was 100. Ed Reed was 99. Connor McDavid already at 98. You got that Virat Kohli from cricket at 97.
How do you argue that?
Darrell Revis at 96. I mean, look,
I'm telling
it's
you this.
hard.
Allen Iverson over Darrell Revis.
No
I'm sorry.
Dawkins either. Was Dawkins in there?
No.
I'm not surprised. Ed Reed was the only safety.
Philly, very not represented.
Well, you had Halliday, you have Harper,
Right.
and you have who else?
I mean, seriously.
James Harden. If you wanna-
Harden.
Well, no, we don't count that, please.
I'll count it. Come on, man. He was on our team. I think that was
I mean, seriously.
pretty much it.
That's incredible that you go, we're talking a quarter of a century, and this city is so poorly represented. That's incredible.
But don't forget, they won a World Series, and Jamie Moyer had the most wins on
And
the
they
pitching
won a
staff.
Super Bowl in that time frame.
Yeah, and when they won the
really,
Super Bowl, they had
unlikely
18
seasons.
Right,
Unlikely
exactly.
seasons
Like
they
the
win
years
it.
they won, like 11 should have been the year they won the World Series, not 2008. But it was 2008, the year they won the World Series.
Okay,
That's amazing.
Okay, Aaron sends along a note here at DM that Clayton Kershaw, and I did not know this number. If you have anyone with 10-plus postseason starts, 10-plus postseason starts that has won a Cy Young, he has the worst postseason ERA.
Yeah,
compared to his ERA of his career regular season.
Right.
So he has been the worst as far as that. He goes, but I am a Dodger. He goes, I am a Dodger hater and love knowing this number.
He also, I don't know if you guys know this, no one ever brings this up. He played with Matt Stafford.
Yeah, they
growing
never
up.
talk about
Nobody
that.
ever mentions that
They
they
never
were
mentioned
childhood
that
friends.
in Dallas.
So,
Sugarland.
the more you know.
I think it was Sugarland.
God, I hate that.
Let's go to
It's every game.
Let's go to Tony in Jersey. What's up, Tony? Yo, Tone.
Hi. Hey, how you doing?
Good, Tony.
Yeah, hi. I want to. I had a comment about y'all comparing Jalen Hurts with Justin Herbert.
Yeah, get to it.
So you're comparing it based on what?
Accomplishments?
Playoff? And what? As a quarterback passing or what?
Everything.
Yeah, we're not playing fantasy football. We're playing quarterback leads his team to victories and wins something.
Oh, okay. So Dan Marino and Aikman, how do you compare them?
I take Dan Marino as a better quarterback than Troy Aikman.
Oh, so who's the better quarterback, Justin Herbert or?
Tell me about Justin Herbert. Tell me about all his accomplishments. No. Tell me about his accomplishments.
Okay. How many passing touchdowns and yards did he have?
You're giving statistics. It's not fantasy football. Tell me about his accomplishments.
Statistics is an accomplishment?
No, we're not talking about just passing yardage.
All right, look, if you use your eye test, Justin Herbert, we all agree, has a better arm than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has done more leading. Jalen Hurts has done more as an overall quarterback, leading his team to victory, gets his team to the Super Bowl. He's done a lot more in his career. In his career, he's done more than Justin Herbert.
And you brought up Dan Marino. You brought up Dan Marino. Dan Marino was an AP first-teamer 4 times. In the amount of career years that Justin Herbert's been in the NFL. You just compared Justin Herbert and Dan Marino? You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
Troy Aikman had more wins and more.
Yeah, but Troy Aikman didn't have he didn't have the accomplishments. This is talking about the accomplishments was a team accomplishment, but he also led his team and played in big spots. Troy did. But Dan Marino was the top of the league. He was top 3 in MVP voting 3 times in his first 4 years. Justin Herbert hasn't done a damn thing.
And that's based on what? His yards. When you talk about Dan Marino, what do we...
Well, wait a minute. Justin Herbert then. No, but Justin Herbert should have the same thing because he got the yards. But nobody votes him in the MVP voting top 4. You're crazy with this.
Wait. When you just said the eye test. So the eye test.
No, I didn't say eye test.
So when executives and scouts looking at the
they voted for Justin Herbert, and we believe that's wrong.
Well, that's great.
Thanks for the call, Tony.
Eye test doesn't do you a lot. Eye test doesn't do. I don't like anybody else's eye test.
Justin Herbert got paid a contract for not doing anything so far.
Dan Marino was AP first team or second team. His first four years as a starter.
Yeah. People say that Dan Marino is one of the greatest athletes to never win a championship, right? Has anyone said that about Justin Herbert?
Justin Herbert?
Come on now. All right, the Key 3 coming your way next. Also our crossover with Bob Cooney right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The countdown to training camp is underway. Are you...
still have one more Wendy's gift card to give away to you that we will give away at some point this segment because we got to before we get out of here. But it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So here's what I want to do today, because we're getting closer to the start of training camp, which means every single reporter in this city will be tweeting the 7-on-7 drills. And
Jalen Hurts' incompletions.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts was 11 of 16 today.
We'll see cut-down days. You know the deal with camp. I want to ask you guys this, you, John, you, Connor, and the audience. What's going to be one of the biggest storylines that you're going to be focusing on during training camp this year?
Absolutely, to me. The only way this team goes to the Super Bowl is if this offense is a freaking Ferrari.
Yeah.
A souped-up Audi. And I am going to just see how the learning curve appears to be happening.
Okay.
What the players are saying, what the people who do get some eyeballs on it are saying. I want to know. Because, look, I'm expecting a bumpy ride with the defense. I'm not expecting the defense to be a Picasso.
Right.
I'm expecting that we're going to have some choppiness there.
Even though Andrew DeCecco will join us in 2 hours, told us to be patient with the offense, but don't be patient with the defense.
I'm tired of it. To me, I want to see that offense just humming. People are picking it up, and that Jalen Hurts is bought in. I want to hear it in his voice. I want to hear it in his messaging. I'll be fine with that. And then I will say, I'll go to the BetParks app, and I'll go over 11.5 wins and make it 12.
From inside the birds, and of course does tremendous work all over the place here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We are 5 days away from training camp, and I know Andrew DeCecco will be there. Andrew, good morning. What's going on, man?
I want to see how Jalen Hurts processes everything and how if he was able to take that installation period of the spring and carry it over now into the summer and see how it manifests.
Connor, what's one of the storylines that you'll be focusing on a lot during camp?
It's a single position. Who is playing that outside corner spot opposite Darius Slay? That's the number one thing I'm interested in.
Big story.
Yep.
It's a big story.
Is it Quinyon Mitchell? And if so, how does the kid look like coming out of Toledo? The competition jump for him is going to be insane. I don't think it was a bad selection. No one could have that type of reaction at this point before his first training camp. But if he's great, then that's a big step. If he's not getting first team reps, if he's not going to be that guy on the outside, who is it? Is it Bradbury? Is it Keely Ringo? Like, it's going to be either a potential major asset to have a young player there that you trust, or they could have no idea who's covered. Listen, we went through the top 10 wide receivers list yesterday that Jeremy
There's
Fowler
great
put
wide
together.
Receivers.
There are amazing wide receivers.
Like the honorable mentions, the next 10, like Cooper Kupp wasn't even in the top 10. Wide receiver play is at an all-time high.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and
it's
you
wild.
need two corners, and the Eagles right now have one. So we'll see if they find another one in camp.
From ESPN, he does a tremendous job. Kevin Agandi joins us.
I think Nick's smart enough to know and understand that in this day and age, you're not going to go like all old school Buddy Ryan two-a-days, but you've got to send a message that we can't lay up right now. We need everybody's attention, and there's a goal why we're here. And it's not just, hey, let's look good in the regular season. Let's also extend this in unfinished business after last year's bad taste in their mouth.
See, as the self-proclaimed football guy that I am.
Oh, yes, you are.
Of course, I got to go.
I thought you were baseball.
I'm all. Whatever we're talking about, I'm that guy.
Okay.
I'll go deeper. I'm going to go into the offensive line. I'm going trenches, baby. Of
course
you are. Really?
Stoutland, you. Well, there's a reason why. A, it's the new regime at center. Jason Kelsey's gone.
It is.
How does Cam Jurgens look sliding over? And look, Cam Jurgens probably, I would imagine, bulked up this offseason, probably got a little bit stronger because he's now entering year 3 of his NFL career. We don't know who the right guard is. Everyone keeps on saying Steen from the Eagles camp, and then every single reporter is saying that Becton is going to give him a run for his money.
Becton could end up being one of the steals of the offseason we haven't talked much about.
Like, honestly, man, I kind of want him to start at this point. I need to go through camp first.
And that's
but
a little.
Everyone from the Eagles camp, and I don't blame them because he was a third-round draft pick, is pushing Steen. Every reporter is saying that Becton is going to legitimately compete for that right guard spot. Then there's the questions of Lane Johnson. How much more does he have left in the tank? Jordan Mailata, I don't think he had that great of a year last year. I think you agree. I would like to see Jordan Mailata have a better season this year. So I'm going to look at the offensive line because that's where it starts. And the Eagles tell you that because they build through the trenches. All right, that's the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. Bobby, give me a number. 4. Call number 4 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll win our 4th and final $50 Wendy's gift card for today for a whole new way to nug. Try Wendy's new saucy nugs today, open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Bobby!
Lenny
Yes.
Dykstra, Bob?
Good morning.
Was it Lenny Dykstra your 4?
No, I was watching the golf, and I saw a guy hit a wayward shot.
said
And Andrew
4.
said, give me a number, so I said 4.
And then you ducked.
Michael
right.
Phelps comes in at number 1 on the All-Century quarter pole list.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I'm not totally shocked.
Serena Williams in there somewhere?
She was 2.
I honestly didn't hear your list. Simone Biles?
She is in the top 10. She was 7.
Okay.
So you're 10. Kobe at 10, ahead of Steph Curry. Usain
right.
Bolt at 9. Tiger at 8. Simone Biles at 7. Federer at 6. Brady at 5. LeBron, Messi, Williams, Phelps.
Okay.
You put LeBron ahead of Brady?
No.
I do.
The only reason.
I don't know
What
why.
is the subject again? Like, is it best athletes?
That's
Is
the
it
hardest.
Top 100 athletes.
So it's accomplishments, I think.
yeah.
And so that's why LeBron's ahead of Brady. You know why? More championships, but, and you might say, oh, well, that doesn't matter. 1 goal with Team USA,
Yeah.
which is
This is
In
heavily
basketball, that's-
Olympic
If you put Brady
This
on the
list.
USA basketball team, he could win gold.
Well, there's no professional swimming team, so yeah, like, you know what I mean?
No, yeah, I got
and
you.
You're competing
No, I'm
against,
just talking it out.
you're
Not,
competing
yeah, it's
against
weird.
the worlds compared to
Yeah.
the NBA, like, or NFL. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
Serena Williams is playing tennis against the best players in the world.
Yeah.
Not just the United States.
It's cool. Yeah, you know, like we did it yesterday. You guys started, which was cool. We piggybacked off of it, and we had so much discussion after you guys were gone with like Tyrone and stuff like that. So it's just a fun thing to do. There's no
awesome.
definitive answers.
No, there is none. There is none. Nobody should get offended by somebody.
my gosh.
And I even said yesterday, I said, I don't have Claude Giroux on my list because I do have a bias on Claude. I don't know why. I didn't love him I appreciated his play. I thought he was a little, and this is my own bias, and that
your
comes
opinion,
into play.
yeah.
You know, so I just, great guy. 77 points a season just doesn't get it done for me.
You and Ray won me over to that Ryan Howard should have been on and Giroux should have been left off. You made your case yesterday, just showing you that your content swayed even my opinion.
Howard's 6-year run. Is that 40 home runs,
47, wasn't it?
I thought it was 40, but like 40 and 140, 47 and 140.
So
That's
I was told I don't know baseball 2 times. One, because I didn't know Darren Ruff's face. That means
He
I
looks
don't
just
know
like Connor.
That
Did you
means I
notice
don't
that?
know the game of
There you
baseball.
go.
The other thing, Ryan Howard. I should have had Chase Utley ahead of Ryan Howard, according to one of our great listeners.
Really?
Because Chase
No.
Utley's WAR was higher than Ryan Howard's. Ryan Howard's WAR for his career was below average. So that means he stinks, Bob.
Look, yeah.
He was
Like
one
I
of the most
said,
feared
it's
hitters
all
of
opinions.
all time, man.
I'll go MVP, over a guy that didn't win an MVP. Now, Chase Utley
Yes.
out of those 3 might be the one that gets the Hall of Fame.
And that's what I said.
Which is crazy, too.
that'd be
I would
criminal.
have Jimmy Rollins.
Me too.
But
Yes.
whatever. I mean, if he wins it, great.
Where
Good
was
for
he
him.
on your list, Jimmy Rollins? He was
Rollins
one
was
on mine.
number 1.
Oh, he's one
Really?
on mine, too.
That's awesome. What do you got on the show today?
I don't know. Nick Stauskas is going to join us at 1 o'clock.
Nice.
To talk about a lot of things. Rookie impact,
Sure.
how hard it is and all.
Sauce.
And there's this 14-year-old or something like that played soccer last night, Kevin
That's
Sullivan.
Unbelievable.
He's going to be with us at 11:45 today. So check it out. Kevin Sullivan will join us at 11:45.
That's a huge story. That's
I
great.
saw him play as a 6 or 7-year-old
Did you really?
because his grandfather was my son's coach in high school, and he would come over and play against the kids.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so
His-
Kyle has played against Kevin Sullivan.
That's fantastic.
His press conference
Oh, it was
yesterday.
great. We heard
I watched
over
it.
the
His press
overnight.
conference was better answering questions than many adults
It was
who are
better
pros
than Nick
who have already
Sirianni's.
graduated
It was better
college.
than Nick
Seems really
Sirianni's
mature,
press
doesn't he?
conference.
He does. Hey, join our generous partner, FT Young Heating and Air Conditioning. Good people, Sooners? Good
Oh,
people.
yeah, absolutely.
Hey, they're making a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Why don't you do it, too? Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
All right, we'll back at it tomorrow on a Friday. Oh,
Can't
the week
believe
is
it.
almost over. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.